as information becomes available.
Welcome, winos, to episode 133. A very special episode we conceived last week, but I think this has been brewing in my brain for quite a while, probably since 2012. This is called Would You See It If Depp Wasn't in It, where we have a rotating panelist, and this is just part one, go through Johnny Depp's entire IMDb filmography, and you say, would I see this if he wasn't in it? I had this revelation for the first time. Well, I think it's always been brewing in me, but I think it really hit ahead when I saw Dark Shadows on the same day Avengers 1 came out. And I'm faced with this dilemma as it happens, and I'm in the theater on this Friday. I believe it was God damn it, I want to say it was the Stony Brook Multiplex. And I timed it where I would go into one, and what do I see first? So I chose to see Dark Shadows, and I sat there stewing and how redundant it was, and I'm growing tired of the Burton Depp teaming. It feels redundant. It feels tired. It feels the Gothzotic accents getting old to me, and I'm sitting there and I'm thinking about, I'm a huge comic book fan my whole life, and the Avengers, the Marvel Cinematic Universe had been brewing and building to this Avengers kind of, well, culminating from, I think, Iron Man 1 to Hulk to Iron Man 2 to Thor 1 to Captain America First Avenger, and then it all kind of culminates into Avengers 1, and it was building to that, and I couldn't wait for this day, and I see Dark Shadows first, and I'm sitting there just going, I think I might have said out loud to the four people in the theater, would I have seen this if Johnny Depp wasn't in it? And the answer is firmly no, I would not have seen it. That's just my rebel. But I want to first say hi to, that's the premise, and I want to say hi to our panel, the great David, the violinist, with your brilliant Ryan Houston, Boys in the Hamptons last night. I'm getting emails and tweets about it as if I have anything to do with the composing. Brilliant stuff. And I'm not embellishing in any way, shape, or form. It doesn't deserve it. It's like a Lasse Hallström could use that in Gilbert Grape or Chocolat to put a tear in your eye, to put a schmaltzy tear in your eye, a saccharine tear in your eye, as it were.
And after that, if I thought you'd be interested, I would have hit on you just after seeing it.
Never stopped you before. You've always been a bit of a fag hag.
I know, I married one, so 10 years.
We'll always have Golden Girls, Sarah.
I know. It's my comfort.
And Kathy Scott, who generously joined us for a 21 Jump Street watch along, a much bigger Depp head than people, literally has the private email of his first wife, Lorianne Allison, and I continue to be jealous of that. Kathy, welcome.
Thank you.
As you know, I love prison and I hate men. And Kathy is really...
That's okay. I hate men too.
We all hate men, right, guys?
Yes.
Right,
No.
guys?
Lately, yes.
That's the reason my husband let me work in a male prison.
Oh my God, you're a fascinating broad, Kathy. You really
He
are.
knew I hated men.
You should have said that in your interview. Why do you want to work here? And I don't know what the penitentiary's name is. Well, first of all, I just hate men, and I'll take it from there.
And I had a husband. I had a husband and 3 sons.
Oh wow! And are all your sons like in kind of like similar age range, like, or are they spread out?
I have 3, and there's 2 years in between each one.
Okay, that's cool.
Nice.
That's perfect. That's actually perfect. Sarah, everyone wants to know how you're feeling. Gunga Din and Tone Cod and Babe Lewis and Sue B73 and Zepp and A. Smith and Hooper. They all want to know how you're feeling.
I still have cough drops in front of me as insurance, but I'm probably 90% better. Today is the last pill. I haven't yet taken it because I'm scared to death it's going to come back.
Thank you, Zepp. Arm seems in top shape right now. I feel pretty good. I might whip my take my shirt off and do. I had a text conversation with Mike with Casey Armstrong. Speaking of taking his shirts off, and he out of nowhere he just texts me at like 1 a.m. and goes, "Hey, what'd you think about that Jumpstreet episode where Ben Affleck?" He's literally said this, where Ben Affleck is a roid head. And I go, I don't think that's Ben Affleck. That's Dan Gautier, Mike Ogletree. So I was so cute. He thought it was Ben Affleck in the Jumpstreet episode. And there's a scene. It's so funny. You remember the scene, Sarah, where he walks into the classroom with his shirt off?
Yes, of course. It's classic.
Simple. It's the way he does. This guy's like a Tom Cruise doppelganger, and he plays a football roid head in this Jumpstreet episode.
And he played Dick on 90210.
He's actually on Friends too.
It inspired the classic Steve Sanders sound drop. Thanks for the tip, Dick.
Do you have that saved?
No, but I will.
Okay, so it's such a simple scene, and I was telling Casey on the text, I'm like, it's something, I was in a school where there was a lot of pranksters and a lot of fooling around and a lot of not vandalism, but just good old fun, good old high school fun. And I don't think anybody thought to just walk into their classroom with their shirt off. So simple, but so funny if you do it right.
Now, Casey, if you are in the chat or whatever, I don't see you, but if you're listening, please join us for 21 Jump Street since you watch it, so I can drool all over you via
It would be great to have
internet.
him. Hey, let's try to get him for the steroid episode. That's
All
a
right.
brilliant idea, Sarah.
I know.
Just conceived. Brilliant. What the hell?
By the way, before we get to the fun, I apologize. You're very easy to interrupt, but before we get to the fun, please, if you can, new month, we are very far away from our goal. If you can donate via super chat, super thanks, super sticker, please do. All proceeds, net proceeds, go to Mr. Arm, or please join us on www.patreon.com/winoforever, or hit the like button.
Tell them what's on the Patreon, Sarah.
Patreon, you've been pulling my ass out of the fire in the last 3 months with your archive of Stern show, but we are doing watch along to Golden Girls, and David is going to join me in Arm.
Fantastic.
For the next two.
I'm on with David?
Yes, you will be.
Why is there a Depp reference on there?
No, we have a Billie Jane. Yes.
Oh, okay,
Jane,
of course. That's my
star of 21 Jump Street.
Parker Lewis can't lose, right?
Yes.
Right.
We also have the 90210 watch along season 1, finally getting to season 2 very soon. And of course, we have our exclusive Patreon only watch along to 21 Jump Street. All of these shows with the original music.
Okay, and I'll throw up some Stern Red Meat things I think of. Actually, the last time I did, I put up the Donnie Brasco audio book, and I love hearing the real Joe Pistone, the real Donnie Brasco. By the way, went through Monique's hood after our show last night, and where Donnie Brasco was set up in Greenpoint / Williamsburg, Brooklyn, right at the Social Club. It was a really eerie. This dude is doing like a crime walk along in Manhattan, and he's just going to the various movie crime spots. And he did this slow motion walk through Monique's old neighborhood in modern day. It's a lot's changed. It's kind of eerily depressing because so many of that stuff is changed. Everyone's dead or the buildings have changed. But that's the Donnie Brasco Ground Zero where the Motion Lounge was.
Is the neighborhood kind of gentrified as a lot of like new buildings and not like classic New York?
Yes,
buildings?
but it's not as bad as like a Park Slope.
Right.
When you see the initial immediate neighborhood on Withers and Graham. Again, this is where. Go ahead, Sarah.
Rent's only $15,000 a month instead of $5,000.
I love a good New York City rent shot. It's always good. It never gets old because they deserve all the criticism, especially if they make no effort to make the city better and they just keep jacking it up.
Yeah, right.
Sarah said she loved 9/11 because it humbled New York.
I never said that. You are such a liar.
And the pandemic.
I cried on 9/11.
Why the terrorists hate us. You got a little taste of that last night with Howard going to Miami, I think, and some of the influencers and Lily Rose's new movie and stuff. I think that's why the terrorists hate us. It's safe to say. Right?
That picture of Beth and Howard standing in front of the mirror is why they hate us.
Yeah, the Satai Hotel is why the terrorists hate us. If you're going to bomb...
That's why they cover their women, because of that shoulder.
Yeah.
That clavicle.
Well, I'm not implying anything Al-Qaeda, but if you're going to bomb the next thing, how about the Satai Hotel? Or
Get the good
17
people out.
Squabble Lane. You get the good people out, or 17 Squabble Lane. Okay, so where was I? So yeah, the Patreon. I will. If you have any requests, I'm not above that. So I will totally capitulate to the next one. I think I'm going to do on my own, which is it's not an undertaking. It actually might be easier than I think. I might do the Ronnie roast, the Ronnie Mund roast, and the kind of all the stuff around it, not just the roast, but the wrap-up show after it, all the dialogue in it, and all the stuff, and it'll probably come to like 4 hours, I'm sure, after I'm said and done. Tone Cott, Ben Affleck was at an after-school special where he was a roid head. Thank you. That must be what Casey was confusing it with. I remember hearing that.
He like George Clooney, I think, did a lot of like only lasted 13 episodes sitcom appearances too. Ben Affleck did.
Yeah, he's the sitcom thing. Those two, Clooney was in so many things.
Yeah.
When you go back, you just flipping around one day and Facts of Life. But he had a pretty regular role in Facts of Life, didn't he?
Yeah, and Roseanne.
Edna's Edibles.
And
that was the place.
Oh yeah.
Why am I asking you? You're 34. Why am I asking you about shit in the 80s? That's crazy.
Is that the Cloris Leachman years?
No. She ran the gift shop for some reason.
That's right.
With the neon sign in the window.
That's
right. Mrs. Garrett was replaced when?
I don't remember.
Exactly.
That's a good question. Yeah.
I barely watched that show.
My Charlotte Ray.
Charlotte Ray.
Here's the thing. I can turn anything back to Depp. Mindy Cohen, who plays Natalie on that show, was Blowfish's wife on Jumpstreet. She was in 3 episodes.
Really?
At least 2. She might have been in 3. She's in the one where they do a flashback. Shall I remember the flashback episode where the Valentine's Day one?
Yep.
Say again, Kathy?
I know of 2.
She's in 2 at least. She might be in 3.
I only know of 2 as well that I can think of. You're the expert, though.
And she's in the Christmas episode. So I'm wondering if she showed up a 3rd time. I'm trying to remember. I got to go back and look.
And we'll find out.
She's firmly in the flashback episode in the Valentine's Day one, which is kind of crazy. She was doing Facts of Life. I think it was her last season. So she was. I don't know if she thought she was going to be that's a pretty big. She's a network TV star.
Right.
Think about that at the time, right?
Unlike an established network.
Established, yes. And she's doing this new Fox show as a kind of glorified cameo appearance. She's a bigger star than all of them are at that time. Really?
I wonder if she thought she could be like the queen of Fox. Like I'm from a real network, so you have to I have to make a lateral move to just be, the new Christina Applegate of Fox or something like that.
And Facts of Life ended in 1988.
Yeah, that's the year that the episode the Jumpstreet episode that she's in is Christmas of 1987.
Okay. So
it's the last season, her last season of Facts of Life. And I wonder, again, she's coming to the table as a huge TV. That's a big show. It's on NBC, for Christ's sake. It's a Different Strokes spinoff. It did really well. It's probably a #1 show once in a while. She's got to be coming to the table with Fox saying, I'm not getting scale for this.
Yeah.
If her agent has anything going on in terms of like negotiation tactics, that's pretty crazy. You think about it, right? There's no way they're paying her scale for that.
Well, and the shelf life of your show business currency after a show like that, I think dwindles very quickly. Because it's not like you're a comedian with a show where you can just continue to do stand-up and live shows. I think that if you're just purely an actor, you can be forgotten more quickly because you can't generate your own projects from a writing perspective. So
I don't know if that was the mentality back then. Like if they could predict that people's career would fizzle out or, because it was so less stars back then because it was so less on. You just knew everybody. You knew every show, and everybody was. I mean, that's a household face and name that's doing that show. So I don't know. I'd love to Mindy Cohen maybe somewhere out there. She addresses this because I would love to know how that went down.
Yeah,
it doesn't get enough credit. It doesn't get enough attention. It really doesn't. And she's playing Johnny Depp's best friend in real life's wife.
Mm-hmm.
Who again? I mean, that was a favorite in general. Oh God, there's Hooper. You got any gum on? Did Sarah address her? Yes, she did. Hipsters and Tonga. The hipsters in Williamsburg. It's kind of just past that. The hipster movement, where this is, it's not quite hipster central. It's a little bit on the kind of border of that. It's I think it's Brooklyn's so confusing. I can't remember what direction to go in. Going again and the money. Let me go down here. Let me just cycle through this. So what I'm going to do tonight, and I want the chat to weigh in. Babe Lewis says, yes, you got it, Babe Lewis, the Ronnie Roast. What I'm going to do is thank you, Subi Sue. Happy to be here with you all. My birthday is May 5th. Happy birthday, Subi Sue.
That's
birthday.
Also, yes, happy birthday. That's also my
Happy
wedding
birthday.
anniversary. My parents' wedding anniversary.
Oh my
They hit
God.
50 years. So this time tomorrow, I will be
Oh.
in a fine dining establishment with a bleeding credit card.
Why don't you go to the Costco food court, Sarah?
Okay, yeah.
Here's to another 50. Enjoy a pizza.
Yeah.
Hopefully by the end of this, we could sing happy birthday to everybody and happy anniversary, and the Depp voice, my voice holds up. And some David will have
I'll have a video ready.
A video composed.
A karaoke video.
My anniversary's the day before Johnny's birthday.
Yeah,
Oh,
Nice.
congratulations. Kathy is Depp's age, I might add. Lest you think there's some. And how much does she sound? Speaking of Golden Girls, how much does she sound like Rue McClanahan?
With the
Right?
southern accent.
That's my family. That's my family accent. I love it.
You, I am from the South.
Kathy,
I got
could you-
Depp beat. I'm further south than he is.
He's from Owensboro, and you're just south of him in Tennessee. I don't know.
But I was born in Louisiana.
Oh, right.
wow.
Initially, you were. What age did you move to Tennessee?
35.
Okay. That is. It doesn't get more south than Louisiana. It surely doesn't. You can't beat Louisiana. Whether it's does New Mexico go lower than that towards the equator, or Texas? I think Louisiana might be the furthest you can go south.
We below sea level.
That makes two of us. That's my kind of thing. I love below sea level. You know how much I love below sea level.
You and your prime meridian.
Well, Kathy, happy belated and again, the fact that you're basically Depp's age, and we're going to be celebrating a milestone with him soon as he turns 60. And you know what I just realized going through IMDb? The next project he does will be number 100.
Oh my gosh.
It is 99 as per IMDb. The
Is
next
that
thing he
counting?
signs on to do is 100.
Is he
Is
putting
that-
"Marrying Me" on his IMDb?
It's all count. All that shit counts. All the
Okay.
cameo.
Okay.
Yeah,
I don't know.
that'll count. Sarah.
We'd have to share, Sarah.
That's some threesome.
I work long days. I'll take the weekends. It's fine.
That's got to be like doing it with Winona Ryder and Amber at the same time, right?
No.
No.
No?
No.
Penelope Cruz and Keira Knightley.
No.
No.
They replaced Mrs. Garrett after the sex tapes came out. Gonna get Dan, you son of a bitch. The Charlotte Ray sex tapes.
Oh my god.
Josh Foster.
With Meredith Baxter Burney.
She was reverse cowgirling with Sam the Butcher. Oh my God.
Jesus Christ.
And B. Davis. You know Sam, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Now Sam the Butcher kind of had the same role as Mindy Cohen, really, on the Brady Bunch, right? She's Alice's. Blowfish is really the Alice of Jumpstreet.
Yeah.
That's pretty good. Who for the kids? I got question number 1 for you, Kathy. If I didn't write it down yet, but it's in my head. I want to ask Lorianne Allison, what would you rather see? A full tour, U.S. European tour with the Kids, his original band, or the Hollywood Vampires? What would you rather? What could you get behind? I say the Kids easily.
I say the Kids easily.
And I think she's going to say the Kids too. And I don't know why that hasn't happened. They have to have bandied it about, but I say the Kids. I know
I told you she cut his hair and bought his clothes to get him in the Kids.
I don't think that comes up nearly enough that she's the Ralph Cerullo and Tony Coburn combined to Depp, because he, left to his own devices, as per her, right? He had a mullet. He had a little mini
He
mullet
did.
in Florida, and he gets here and he has this rock and roll kind of Sid Vicious, super cool punk hairdo. The long hair was not even a thought until he was in his early 30s.
Well, even in the wedding photo that on the last episode I was on, she shared a photo from their wedding, and he kind of had the mullet then, if I remember.
Yeah, that's kind of what he was when that's who he married. Right. I think that might be the first do, and that's a cool do. That's not embarrassing. I mean, that's short enough, and that's the do of the time. You know what he has in that wedding photo. It's not a huge mullet. You know, it's a little bit of I don't know if you call it. Would you call it a mullet, Sarah? The wedding photos.
Everything back then was a mullet.
Yeah, you just say mullet when in doubt. The black girl, yeah, Kim Fields, Tone Cot.
Kim Fields,
Tootie was on Living Single, right? Living Single was the Black Friends on Fox.
That's right.
But if you look at Lori's Instagram, she's got a couple of pictures of him when he was young.
Yeah. Jesus Christ, I think I saw those too. I think we saw the same shots. Is he like in a basement with like basement paneling? You know, the typical basement paneling. He's sitting on a couch with like red Nikes on, and Sal Jenko's next to him on a couch. Is that one of the shots?
I know there's one with him and her on the couch.
Yeah, that must be what I saw. I think that's exactly what I saw. One of the many. There's a shot of him seemingly going to a junior prom. You ever see that one? He's got like a tuxedo on. He's got to be 16.
Yeah.
He hadn't dropped out of high school yet, I assume, here. And he's got like a tuxedo.
Couple.
What? Say again, Kathy?
She has a couple on there.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to go through her Instagram, and see if I've something I missed. It's amazing even how many people were taking pictures back then, because you're talking early 80s like this. How many people run around with cameras all the time back? I'm amazed we have footage from back then in some ways.
Right.
It's not like there's a cell phone camera. You have to have an actual camera, run over to Photomat, get the shit developed. I'm amazed how much stuff people are running around with cameras back then.
Well, even like movies. Oh, sorry, Kathy, go ahead.
We did that back then.
Running around with cameras?
Yeah.
I'm just trying to think of my memories of the early, just being like in elementary school, and there was always one person who had a camera, and you thought they were annoying until now. Now you have no photo album without that person.
Right.
Like, oh, get that away from me. Everybody's photo albums, right? You have to have somebody's just running obsessed with taking pictures all the time.
Well, they always uncover like behind the scenes footage from like 70s movies, and I'm like, who took this and for what purpose? Because they weren't doing that before.
I say that all the time.
There weren't DVDs,
right, Sarah? The old documentaries you see, like you're like, who is running around with a video camera, taking this specific footage?
It's usually just like news stock footage.
Yeah.
Because sometimes back then they would, I don't know what they do now, but they would just go around and film like a street looking for news.
Right.
So they stored that away apparently, and they pull it out every once in a while and they sell it off. I think that's what I read that somewhere. I don't know where.
No, you think with today's cameras, phones, you could just have endless documentaries just off people's camera phone footage. Because everybody's shooting videos all the time. And they say that the new philosophy and mindset is you better act in life like you're being recorded. Whatever you're doing on the outside, you better act like, even inside, that there's like a nanny cam. There's the ring.com, whatever the hell it is. Act like you're being recorded at all times, because someone's going to use it against you.
I think people will be less interested in the past as the future goes on, just because the access to footage from any time in the past is so much more accessible now. So it never seems like you
take it for granted.
You take it for granted, and so why look back at that point?
Right, very deep. I teared up at that harangue. Cindy Clausen, welcome again. Happy birthday, Subi Sue. Josh Foster, thank you, sir. In honor of Sarah's sickness, we can discuss the roles where Depp was being sick.
I know
Simon
one.
Rex once. Go ahead, sir.
Gilbert Grape. In real life, he was pretty sick. Maybe not with a cold, but he was going through some issues.
That's a good one. That's a really good one. The other day I had an epiphany driving around. There's not a minute that goes by where I don't think about Depp in some capacity, if this doesn't convince you. So I'm driving at a stop sign and I'm thinking of I felt tired. And somehow that triggered me to think of the word exhaustion. And exhaustion is the excuse actors use all the time when they're on some kind of substances where the PR people put out a press release,
right,
hospitalized for exhaustion. Remember that one? They do this all the time. And so the first time I saw this with Depp was during the filming of Donnie Brasco. They shot some of it in Florida. And I remember a story coming out, that back then it was all the gossip columns and the magazines, and it said Johnny Depp was hospitalized in Florida for exhaustion. And I'm like, what? And that kind of lingered, and who knows what that meant, knowing what you know now about the trial and stuff. That could mean anything. And I'm thinking, all right, you're filming this thing, because I just watched it. Actually, what triggered that was I just watched I read an article on Al Pacino's birthday on the set of Donnie Brasco in Staten Island. And so they make a point at the end of it to say that Al Pacino was out there kind of interacting with the people in Staten Island, and Depp had to jump into a van to be taken 35 yards to the next scene. And they were kind of making fun of him, like he needed a van to transport him 35 yards to the next scene. And the scene was, and you guys remember at the end of Donnie Brasco where the FBI converges on the dock where Sonny Red's son is watching Three's Company?
Yeah, vaguely. Yeah.
Okay. They put the lights on, and the FBI. That's kind of my idea for Sarah's FBI windbreaker. And they converge on the dock, and Donnie's spot is now blown up, and they pull him out of the assignment, and they arrest Sonny Red's son, Bruno. So that scene was shot in Staten Island, where this was, and that's what this article was based on, and that just led me to think of Depp and the exhaustion alibi. Hello, David C. But you remember that, like, you guys know that with actors and the exhaustion excuse they use all the time. That
I mean, they're
still goes on.
They're going to fake rehab like promises in Malibu, and it's really just a spa. For Ben Affleck is one of them. There's all these sort of rehab facilities that are just. They're not really trying to get better. They're just trying to. They can buy their way out of. Yeah, they can buy their way out of being in the public as they sort of come down from their 8-week bender.
Let the heat die down. Right.
That's what's happening with Ms. Raquel Leviss from Vanderpump Rules right now.
Jesus Christ.
Can I say something?
Yes.
Yeah, go ahead.
So this is going to be quite a week coming up for me. My mother and sister are coming into town, and they just want to do the most stereotypical Hollywood things. We got tickets to go see Jimmy Kimmel, but it got canceled because of the writer's strike. So I don't have to go to that. Thank goodness.
Thank God.
Although I was like, but in lieu of that, we are going to Sir. Lisa Vanderpump.
Do they watch the show, Debbie? Do they watch?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's got to be a thrill.
So
my
actually,
eyes just teared up a bit.
So I will come back to the next episode I'm on with pictures and video footage of Sir. We're going the night that the last Vanderpump Rules of the season airs on Wednesday. So
be careful at Sir, because apparently it's all a facade. Like, you get in there, the lights are dim for a reason. So just be aware of your surroundings. Be aware of my
space. Okay.
Yes.
Have they killed it on all those food, restaurant review places, like where it's not, they just kill the food and the service and everything?
Yeah, I think everything is kind of prepackaged a bit with the food, but be careful with the menus. Apparently, they're a little grimy.
Okay.
Grimy.
Yeah, that's all I know.
Okay.
But I need a report on the goat cheese balls.
I will, and I'll bring my black light just to see.
Go into the bathroom where Jax was with Laura Lee. Ooh. Okay, I'm done.
Anyway, that's we can move on from Vanderpump.
I just lost 15 gallons of testosterone listening to that exchange.
And you know every word. You know everything that.
What I do know is that goat cheese ball thing. Do you ever see them making that, mass producing that and having it sold at like Costco?
They're probably from a bag.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, probably. And the recipe is online. I'm gonna recreate it, but everything there is just not really what it's worth.
We're going for the experience, obviously.
Of course,
not
that's
for the
why
food.
I would go.
How long are they going to be in town for?
Just a week. Yeah, so
you need to wash it away with some Tom.
Yeah.
You should take him to all the Depp sites and go, why do I give a shit about the Nightmare on Elm Street house?
I should take them to the bridge in Venice where Depp
reenact it. Why do I care about Sal Janko?
That would be so funny.
That would be so funny.
Right, just to because it's really kind of an extension of my mom's 60th birthday from February. She's come out for her. She's doing an LA trip now because the weather is better. But that would be hilarious if it's like, Mom, I'm treating you to a week of Depp trivia sites.
The Tonekot's got a great Tonekot, you nailed it. It's a little backstory behind that. Benny and June's the first time I ever saw Depp with long hair. That's exactly right. He, if you ever watched Singles, he's at the Singles premiere. I think he wanted to be in that movie. It's very Seattle. It's very what's that?
That'd be perfect.
Yeah,
I need to look that premiere up and find him.
And so I remember reading Us magazine, and it shows him at the Singles. And this is like when he had this weird sabbatical in between Scissorhands and Benny and June. There wasn't a lot going on. He had done Into the Great Wide Open, the Lemonheads, It's a Shame About Ray, and this weird movie Arizona Dream, which seemed to have 5 different release dates. I never understood exactly when they shot it, and it came out. It didn't really officially come out. It was a staggered thing. And it's just a weird movie. Jerry Lewis is in it, and Faye Dunaway's in it, and Vincent Gallo. And it's again, it is the quintessential movie. Would you see it if Depp wasn't in it? Really, that is in the top 5 of who would see this if he wasn't in it.
Well, also, I love that the cast is the most difficult people in Hollywood history, like Jerry Lewis, Faye Dunaway, right.
That's such a good point. I always thought that too. Only Depp could tame those egos with his charisma in the same shot. And he wouldn't say a bad word about any of them, but everybody else thinks they're the biggest assholes on the planet. He has the ability to get along with the most difficult, prickly people in all of Hollywood.
That's funny.
Such a good point.
He could deal with Faye Dunaway's pomposity, but he could barely hold it together with Gwyneth Paltrow. When they were on Ellen's show together.
Right. She's on fucking Mordecai. Right. How do you get along with Gwyneth Paltrow? It's such a good point by you. That there's a show idea. That's a great idea.
Who's worse than Gwyneth Paltrow?
No, all the prickly. No. Well, the prickly people in his life? How do you get along? How does Depp get along with these people? And then you have Brando, and you have Paltrow, and you have Jerry Lewis and Faye. Seriously, Vincent Gallo. These are some real raging assholes in some way.
Definitely.
That's a great idea. Got to remember that one. Got to write that down on the dry erase board.
Yeah.
So he had in the Singles premiere party, the Cameron Crowe threw, Depp had long hair. I'm like, what is going on here? And sure enough, that was for Benny and June. He was preparing why that character Sam needed long hair. I have no idea. Doesn't really fit him, right? He's a Buster Keaton impersonator and kind of a savant. Why does he need long hair?
Maybe to make the movie seem
grunge,
topical for the right. It's just they're trying to put everything. They're trying to set everything on that table, old world nostalgia with the Buster Keaton, but still keep it kind of early 90s.
Yeah,
you're probably right.
Yeah, that was very appealing back then. That hair.
I don't want to jump ahead. I don't want to jump the gun with Benny and June because we might even get to it this time. I'm wondering if we might. And it's such a soundtrack in that. Soundgarden, Pushing Forward Back, and something else.
No, it's Chris Cornell. It's solo Chris Cornell.
Oh, it's Temple of the Dog.
No, Temple of the Dog. Okay.
I'm positive that's Temple of the Dog.
I got to remind myself. Hold on.
Even though you're the master you're the grunge diva,
soundtrack.
I believe that's Temple. You could look it up. I'm positive of that.
I'm doing it right now.
Or as Howard calls it in the Pelican brief, the guy in that band.
Yeah, it's Jeremy Spoke.
Jeremy Spoke, right?
Yeah. The guy but that's what he called Cornell, the guy in that band. You're right.
Yeah, right.
He fucked something else up recently too in the same genre.
Okay.
He's such a poser.
Birth Ritual by Soundgarden. That doesn't count. That's such an old song, but I'll give it to you. I was wrong.
Does it say Temple of the Dog?
And it does not, so I am correct. But mainly there are like 5. I'm looking at the extended deluxe edition that I also own. 5 single Chris Cornell songs, solo.
Brendan here. Welcome, Brendan Fuji Vice. He goes, Depp probably told his mom he was getting a haircut and pocketed the money. That's a callback to our teenage years where Brendan's occupation was telling his mom every week he was getting a haircut and she'd give him $20 and he'd pocket it and cut his own hair. And it's the greatest scam to this day to 7-Eleven money.
Did she catch on when he looked like Cousin It, or
Brendan has hair that always sustains the test of time. Like he could be Depp's stylish. Brendan is the kind of he's a little bit like a male Sarah, but he kept you honest in your music taste. If you liked something that was corny or he knew had a shelf life, wouldn't sustain, he liked stuff like before anybody else, like REM and the Pretenders and all that stuff. He knew the stuff you just knew you'd never be embarrassed by it.
Yeah.
And if you like something corny and shitty, he'd read you the riot act.
Right.
And it really was helpful to molding whatever my music taste is. I'm still not sure. But he likes all the right stuff. Like, what's better than REM, right? I mean, they are top shelf to this day. Like, did they sell out? Not real. I mean, who has 2 songs about Andy Kaufman, for Christ's sake? Right? Who has multiple songs about Andy Kaufman?
Right, 2 good songs.
2 good songs, right?
It's so hard to genuinely like something because I'm obsessed with that too. Like just being a cultural meteorologist, like I don't want to commit to something that's going to be take off and the humanoids find it and
the humanoids. That's a Brendan word. Bobby the Brain Heenan. Very nice.
Yeah. But yeah, I agree. It's hard to toe that line between just jumping into liking something with full abandon and trying to be smart about.
Yeah, that's what posers do. The foresight to look ahead and say, will this have sustainability? Will I be in bad? Some people have that ability to like, look, you better be. I think they do that now with shows. I think you're onto something. Like when they make a television show, they say, I don't want to make this of the moment. I want to make this timeless. Right. So if we have too much stuff that's too much pop culture references of the time, it's going to seem dated and it won't sustain. I feel like they did that with Breaking Bad. It was kind of bland the way they shot it. Like there's not a ton of pop culture references in it.
Right.
You don't see a ton of technology. And I feel like they were doing that so you could just watch it in no matter what era.
And if you watch any of those NBC must-see Thursday sitcoms, besides Seinfeld to an extent, it's only the pop culture. It's only ripped from the headlines references,
Yeah.
You really have to do like a pop-up video in order to appreciate any of the jokes,
That's probably why they probably learned a lesson from that era. And said, God, this doesn't hold up anymore. The classic phrase, "Oh Jesus, this doesn't hold up anymore."
Right.
And nobody wants to hear that about something they're precious about.
Well, and the advent of home video release or the access to these shows through streaming probably also. I mean, I guarantee you they wrote these shows thinking like they'll air once and then maybe go into reruns, but those profits are minimal, so we don't need to worry about writing scripts that are too timeless.
That's where the writer's strike is very, very, very dangerous ground to tread on, because I don't think these guys realize, and there's some great writers out there, and I know it when I read this chat, and I know when I read a Radio Gunk chat that there's some great people out there who just don't get paid to do it. Like, Can anyone do it? Yeah, sometimes on the cronyism and the nepotism that get hired. I mean, my cousin who's in the Writers Guild tells me stories about some of these train wrecks who get hired on some of these shows for the dumbest of reasons, have absolutely no scribing skills at all. And this writer's strike, you guys are very replaceable. I hate to break it to you. You're very, very replaceable.
And I think this strike will last longer just because management won't give in right away because they see it as a way to clean house a little bit.
Yeah.
And then, then they can sort of turn the screws a little bit more.
to bring this back to Depp, I just saw this. I should have played it here. You know, everything comes up in my feed, and it was him commenting on the last writer's strike, however many years ago that was, and
Yeah,
I
15.
think 15. And he said, well, you know, he's like, you know, well, we all need a writers, but you know, let's not think about the other people that work on these shows and the jobs that are being put out. That's exactly right. So you think about it, the writers are actually putting out the other people out of work. The camera people, all the other things that go into making a show.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? They're the composers.
They're ruining my mother's 60th birthday LA trip by canceling Kimmel.
Right. And that's something that's always should come up, right? It's like, what happens to the other people that work on these productions? It's not just writers and producers, right? There's other people that make that go. What do you do without the camera people, without the... So I don't know. I think this one's going to be ugly, because I think once they realize how expendable they truly are, because like I said, there's people in this chat that could probably do that overnight if shown the right way. If I took someone with a great writing brain like you, David, and you brought them in and said, okay, here's the premise, here's what we're doing. I need you to be comfortable around me. You just make me feel creative. Let's get in a room and that's just that. You can you could do it at Trading Places like Eddie Murphy and Dan Aykroyd and go and take somebody out of some weird field and just go, I'm going to make him a writer tomorrow. That's how expendable this is.
Well, and part of the problem too, at least I can speak from a music scoring point of view, is that even if you're talented, the directors and producers expect you to give them a shitty product because they want the safest thing that'll just sell immediately.
Dumb yourself down.
Right. You have to kind of condense your skills down to fit what they want. And it's like, okay, I'm a gun for hire. That's the job. If I want to go out on my own and just trust that people will pay me for me unfettered, you know, my talent just through no other filter, you can do that. But I'm not interested in that. And I like the figuring out the sort of haiku of like, how can I create something artistic but still meet their, you know, parameters for this to be a successful film or whatever.
Did you use the word haiku on this show? Is that the sixth Samoan Lou Albano managed? That's so well said, though. And I couldn't agree more. Sarah, you remember Jackie Martling had... And Sarah's a great writer, by the way. Speaking of great writers, remember Jackie Martling had a term called mailbox money?
Yeah, residuals.
Right. That's really what all this is about. Like, these guys want to get paid to do nothing. Like what David just said speaks to that. You're hired gun to do a job on some other concept. It's like if I'm a construction worker and I build a sidewalk, do I get paid residuals every time someone walks on it? No.
All right.
You didn't take the risk. Somebody else put the production out. You're hired to do a job. You don't get paid. If I'm a teacher, if I'm a school teacher and I concoct a lesson plan that generations use after me, do I get residuals for that? It's kind of stupid, right? You're hired to do a specific job and you're very replaceable. They want to get paid. They want to get paid to do nothing. They want to get, if they don't get a gig for 2 years, they want to be able to survive on nothing. They want to have to not work. That, like, you're not guaranteed that job forever. Like, if you get fired from another job, you're not guaranteed residuals in any other walk of life. You know what I mean? Like, why do they get residuals? Like, if any other field, like if Sarah, if you got fired, you wouldn't get residuals, right, from your office.
No, but as I'm employed, I continue to work and get paid. So I kind of agree with the residual thing. I mean, if you write the greatest jingle for Coca-Cola and they continue to play it, you know, every Christmas like they do that one, oh God, that one, I would like a nice check.
But they're a hired gun, though. They didn't pay for the production, and they're very, you know what I mean? That's a specific job.
I think it's just, if you're good, if you are talented, then people will. It's almost like the opposite of Howard, where it's like he is a silent partner, but you should be good enough to be a silent partner. Like, we're not going to just see you as a gun for hire. We're hiring you for you as your own artist, you know?
Right.
That's what I'm trying to do, is like, I don't want to just be, you know, I'm a whore, hire me for anything. I mean, you know, I will take money, but, but in the long term, I would hope that I can sort of structure with, my manager and everything, structure my contract so that I could get residuals if you felt like, for example, John Williams should absolutely get residuals on Star Wars because they use the fuck out of that music,
Right.
But for the bitch slapping music number 3 on Real Housewives of Beverly Hills,
right.
It's like, yeah, that's a buyout.
Right.
It's you put
Right.
no thought into it.
And you took no risk. You're not paying for the production. You're not, you know what I mean? Like the person who did this, they're hiring you for a reason. I'm not even pro, I'm more pro labor all the time. But in this case, it's like any other walk of life. You're not paid residual. Like if I'm a sports coach and I create an offense and other coaches steal it from me, I don't get paid residuals from them because I created an offense. Or
there's a lot of outdated business models in show business. Going from the studio system to the dissolution of the studio system, and then it's kind of like a gig economy thing, and you're not under contract. I don't know. And what makes it so difficult is that you can't predict how people are going to consume media in the future, so there's no contract for like a streaming show at some point,
right,
because it's so new and they have to figure out, so they can get away with working on a streaming show like a gig economy job as opposed to a writer's room on an NBC network sitcom where that's a staff job. You're under, you're a salaried writer kind of thing. So
right. That's what we're talking about.
Right.
But that's what we're talking. We're not talking about conceiving your own. It's one thing if you had your own production company and this is you put up the risk, you put up everything else. I hear one of the problems I hear is some of these streaming shows or some of these shows in general aren't making a profit, and it's actually more beneficial for them to just stream without making new ones now. And so they're after paying everybody.
And I don't know, it's like serious. I don't know what their ratings. I'm sure they track it in some way, like who's watching what. But
they know exactly what it is.
Oh, of course they do. And I don't know if they're trying to hide what it is. I think a lot of streaming shows last like 3 seasons and then they feel like it peters out and they don't really want to put any more stuff into it.
Yep.
So anyway.
No, it's a weird dilemma, and it might be what is even a writer? What does it even mean? The word writer, right? Johnny Depp improvised and got to concoct his own dialogue. Just say doing Jack Sparrow.
Right.
How come he doesn't get a writer's credit for it? It's the whole movie. It's the character and his dialogue and his persona is the whole fucking movie.
Right.
How come he doesn't get a writer's credit for it?
Or Curb Your Enthusiasm. It's a scene description and they improvise the scene.
Right. I think it's arbitrary what is even considered a writer in that field. In like I said, Depp improvising Jack Sparrow, or I don't think he improvised all of it. Maybe Keenan Wyatt in an earpiece did, but he clearly wrote and concocted and contrived and maybe improvised some these lines as Jack Sparrow, and he doesn't get and it's the whole movie. That's writing dialogue. He wrote that, but he doesn't get. It's weird. I don't know. I don't understand it. I don't understand that. It's like the word producer. What exactly does that mean? Denis Leary takes the book Blow, hands it off to Ted Demme, who gets it made into a film, and Denis Leary is a producer on the movie.
Yeah.
Doesn't have any creative decisions after that. But he gets
it's often used as a vanity credit.
Yep.
Yeah.
Tonecott says David Silver from 90210 always had the camcorder. That's a great Tonecott. That's a great example.
That's right.
The nerd with the that's a perfect Tonecott.
We're in that era right now. Ugh.
I know. David, do you have footage when you played the first cello with Lawrence Welk? Says 45.
The unsincere, aren't they?
Very nice. Sarah, Michael Jordan scored 50 points in a playoff game with the flu. You can get through this Depp podcast.
Hey, thank God my co-host does a lot of talking these last 5 months.
Sarah's going to be taking on John Stockton and Karl Malone in hers, and we'll see how it goes, right, Sarah?
I could probably beat John Stockton right now.
Right now. I'll tell him you said that. Winona
Good.
Ryder claimed That's good, Tonecott. Exactly. Ties it in very nicely.
Mm-hmm.
Winona Ryder claimed exhaustion while filming Godfather Part 3, and ultimately they replaced it with Sofia Coppola. It ruined the whole goddamn movie. I remember, again, I could tie this in. Depp was dating Winona Ryder right at that time, and I kept reading stories about how he was at her bedside, I bet, during that whole saga.
I'll take the flu. That can happen.
Sidney Clausen with a Susanna Hoffs Bengals thing. 6 o'clock already. I was just in the middle of a dream. I dreamt I was filming a love scene with Johnny. It was awesome, but Arm did not make a cameo appearance.
Oh, he was there.
I've had some
You just
really
didn't see him.
strange Depp dreams. Really strange Depp. I have to write them down because they just come and go.
Cindy, did you notice that the closet door was cracked open just a little bit? Arm was there.
Oh, I thought you were making a gay comment.
Yeah,
I was.
Emasculating.
Oh, okay. I was cuckolding, or it was a gay.
Yeah.
Winona Ryder, the flu. Yeah, she's a precious little waif. Doesn't that tie into her waif persona so much more that she gets the flu and there's exhaustion, and I'm so did she pull a histrionic during the
I was gonna say it's very
trial?
Dern. Yeah.
Oh, okay. I was thinking that during the shoplifting trial that she just like dropped to the ground in exhaustion, like to get the jury's sympathy.
I remember her face when they announced the verdict. There's a great clip. I mean, she just has like the Laura Dern like gaping mouth and Jurassic Park look. You know,
it's one of the weirdest things in the history of celebrity that someone making God knows what $5 million a film at that time needs. And what was her alibi? It was researching a role as a serial shoplifter or something. It's just so bizarre.
The Pete Townsend defense.
Interesting fact. First time I heard REM was in the song Stand, which is a 21 Jump Street soundtrack. It was into the music Get a Life with Chris Elliott. Remember that show on Fox? Greatest comedy. Very good show, Tonecott. I agree. And Jumpstreet used that too in the AWOL episode in 1989. I love that episode, but I'm sure it doesn't hold up when we watch it again. And I've seen it as recently as 2 years ago. If Johnny started Multiplicity, says J.I. Young, Arm would have died. Depp overload.
There's no such
thing. Regular Joe Depp, Macho Depp, Femme Depp. He actually does a little of that in
Pirates
Secret Window, right? Pirates too, right?
Yeah, there's isn't there a whole scene in one of the Pirate sequels where there's like a million Jack Sparrows?
Yes, yes. Secret Window too, right, Sarah? Isn't there a kind of?
It's been so long, but I think so.
Yeah, he's right though. If the whole thing, that's a great question. Y.68, Hollywood is killing itself, but I'm okay with it. They need to be humbled. Y. They really do. If they're not turning a profit and there's a lot of things now that are antiquated and they can't get with it.
The people you want to be humbled aren't going to be humbled. Like the Jimmy Kimmels, they aren't going to be humbled. They're starting their vacations early.
That's what I was going to say. Isn't it funny how it just happens to hit right around as the summer is kind of approaching, right? And all these guys get an extended, Hollywood seems to do this thing where they go from Memorial Day to Labor Day. And they look for any excuse to cut out, right? They right. Somehow there's seasons, and he loves it. Make no mistake, he loves it. I believe he'll be in 17 Squabble Lane in 2 weeks. Within 2 weeks, he's probably there right now.
Yeah, I mean, listen, there are 581 TV shows. I think that's an almost approximate number. There's like 100 networks.
Is that the real number?
I think that's pretty close. I remember reading an article about that once. We don't need this much content. We really don't.
There's not enough time on this planet.
No.
I binge watch something all the time, and sometimes I just cut it off and move on to and I say to myself, there's not enough time in this world. When somebody gives you a recommendation and they do it all the time, you're like, I can't fit this in. I don't know where I'm gonna stream this shit. You literally just need. That's why the pandemic was actually great, because you could catch up on all that stuff.
Yeah.
Chat GPT will replace a lot of the writers too. Exactly, Kyle. Exactly. I see it all the time. Every time I'm reading this chat or Radio Gunk, I say there are some smart cats out there that just don't get paid to be scribes. I could do this in a second. Like really like layered, brilliant jokes that make me laugh far harder than any sitcom could ever dare. All the time. I got to hold myself in all the time when I'm reading the chat.
I think the problem is that network execs think that the audience is all Marianne from Brooklyn's, and so the deep layered jokes aren't going to appeal. I mean, it's what I was saying before, where it's like you have to downplay your talent. I mean, I don't know. I don't know who's more out of touch.
I've heard that at CBS. I've heard that at CBS, and they're fucking saccharine, predictable laugh track sitcoms where they don't want anything too layered or too deep or too. And it's just like, no, this is our audience is Rue McClanahan dozing off at 8:30 on Monday night. We're not looking to challenge anyone.
I remember seeing an interview with Leslie Nielsen when he was still alive, talking about Police Squad, which was the proto Naked Gun.
Yes.
And he said the show only lasted 6 episodes because there was no laugh track. People were watching it like they would watch a real sitcom where it's like they're cooking dinner and it's kind of on in the background. And the laugh track reminds you where to laugh or makes you think that a good time is being had on this show.
Yeah.
And people were bewildered by it. They didn't get it because they're not sitting down to catch all the jokes that you need to be watching to and actually listening to the characters, not just depending on the studio audience.
When I was watching your Precious Golden Girls before the one you did.
Yeah.
And there was some setup, and if this supposed live studio audience is actually kind of worse than a laugh track in a way, because they know the rhythms, they know where the jokes are supposed to go, they know where they're supposed to laugh, and they won't be invited back if they don't laugh. So you might as well just use a laugh track. You just might as well use a laugh. And at one point, they're anticipating the setup, and obviously that show's very funny, but before B. Arthur even said anything, I just hear some tool in the audience just going,
that was me.
That was you. Yeah. And nothing was even said, not even a facial expression. And the person anticipated it, knowing what they wanted.
Well, part of it too is like it's so obnoxious to listen to who are clearly like if you watch a sitcom regularly and you hear the same laughs, that it's like a showrunner or the writer just trying to like work the audience.
Yes.
They're trying to like pre-laugh.
They have a warm-up guy. They have a warm-up. Some comedians' gigs are warm-up guys.
Right.
And they run around the crowd trying to amp everybody up to laugh at everything. That's exactly right. Stuttering John is a writer for The Tonight Show for years. That pretty much says it all about what this occupation is. That's exactly right, Tonecott. I actually thought of that example last week, and that's maybe the most perfect example of how that goes down.
That was a mercy hire.
Yes.
Or a mercy transfer to the writing staff from audience member.
Tonecott, people make money off your work, which is why there is. I look, Dorian, I want these people to be. I don't want anybody to be homeless or hungry, but you got to check the ego. There are so many gigs in this world that are creative, and they're not residuals for it. You're no different. If they dries up, you got to get another job like everybody else. You're not guaranteed employment for the rest of your life because you want to impress your parents that you're a writer in Hollywood. Sometimes there are jobs that get antiquated and downsized and excessed, and I've had that happen to me. I've never been guaranteed employment for the rest of my life. And some did. There's and that's no different. It's no different.
Speaking of jobs, let's get to the jobs of one Mr. John Christopher Depp II.
Well, let me just Kylo writes, have you guys ever heard of Parrot Analytics? It's a company that rates and ranks shows for TV networks, and it's the main reason why today's shows are so bad. This really good. I'll check that out, Kylo. I will check that out.
I'll check. Yeah.
That's a very. So there's like a video on it or a doc. That sounds really interesting. I'll be interested how B and C list actors survive when they go months and years between acting gigs. Yeah, I don't understand. Yeah, they somehow do. Hollywood's just writhing with pro wrestling. Brendan, I know you like to crowbar wrestling into everything, but he's right. Does anybody get screwed more than pro wrestlers? And they get no residuals, right? I mean, it just runs and runs and runs. But how about comic book writers? The guys who conceive the ideas for all these Marvel and DC movies that are making billions of dollars, the guys who created these characters get nothing, get bupkis.
Is that true?
I swear to you, David. I swear to you. This writer was on who created the Winter Soldier for Captain America and the Winter Soldier. He said that he got his payment was he got a cameo appearance in the film, and he didn't get anything. He created the character Winter Soldier, the entire storyline, which led into this. Do you know how much money Marvel made off that? He didn't. Ed Brubaker is his name, if it matters to you.
Okay.
Ed Brubaker.
Yeah, I'll look into that.
He's probably on Twitter. Let him know. He said, I couldn't believe not even a gentleman's offer to give me. That's who I'm fighting with. The guy who writes the shitty Kevin James sitcom and wants to do nothing wants to get paid mailbox money, I could give a shit about. That's the guy who you need to worry about. All these comic book creators got nothing. The creator of Bane, Chuck Dixon, got nothing for Dark Knight Rises. That's the worst example of it, I think.
Yeah.
Could you imagine that, creating Winter Soldier and you don't get anything? You see what Marvel rakes in and you're like, oh wow, that's great. I created it.
Kathleen Kennedy buying out George Lucas is ousted from Star Wars.
Yes.
When Disney buys it,
Good evening, G Canada. You, sir, are hopefully booked for our next show. I want you to see what we're doing here. I thank you for letting us know you're available. I want you to see. I know you're not a huge cinephile, but I want you to see what we do here. Tonecott says, and so you're booked for next time. I think Judy Tanunu might join us too. We'll see who's available. And I thank you all here for hanging with us. Now, I heard Tonecott says, I heard the guy who invented the laugh track machine recorded 100 different laughs and combined them all together. He patented it and brought it to all 3 networks and so in demand. I did not know that, Tonecott.
That's what's so creepy. Like, you could be watching, an episode of Cheers and you're hearing, like, yes, they have a studio audience, but if the laugh isn't hearty enough, you're hearing like the laugh of dead people on top of that,
right?
Because they recorded it in like 1953.
That's such a good fit. That's so funny to take a laugh track from like a sitcom from 3 years ago and compare it to like Good Times and see if it's the same thing. Do we have a black laugh track and we have a white guy laugh track? I bet you there's like variations on it and stuff. Thanks again, G Canada. And I look forward to, it's actually fun to look forward to people who haven't seen these movies, novices, or just people who are apathetic about Depp in general or films. What is the taste of a G Canada? Would he see a Secret Window? Would he see a Dead Man? Would he see a Private Resort? Right? I gotta. So with that, let's start our show. Let's start the premise of our show. This is, would you see it if Depp wasn't in it? And I present to you A Nightmare on Elm Street 1, which on our Patreon, we did a full watch along with David. And the premise of God, Depp's again, he's on 99 projects. He's going to be, and the Depp ain't one, and he's going to be 100 the next one. So, Teenager, Nightmare on Elm Street, 1984, night 1, runs an hour and 31 minutes. The first movie Depp does. He plays Glenn Lance, a football quarterback who gets swallowed up in a bed, and he's in the movie. What would you say, Sarah? For 15 minutes?
Yes.
That sounds
Teenager
right.
Nancy Thompson, played by Heather Langenkamp, brilliantly, I might add. She's very underrated in this. A lot of charisma. Teenager Nancy Thompson must uncover the dark truth concealed by her parents after she and her friends become targets of the spirit of a serial killer with a bladed glove in their dreams. Pedophile, right? Which is that's true, right? I mean, he is a full-blown pedophile. In which they die, and it kills them in real life. Directed by Wes Craven, Johnny Depp's first film after he moves to L.A. with Lori-Ann Allison, his first wife, from Miramar. Stars Heather Langenkamp, Robert Englund, and Johnny Depp as Glenn Lance. Let's start with. You want me to go first? So you just see how, or would you like? Does anyone want to start?
No, you go ahead.
Are you playing the
John
trailer?
Saxon. Okay, you want to play? I'm going to play the trailer. Sarah's right. I somehow blanked on that. Hold on a second. I had my YouTube open at the same time. Like we're doing this on StreamYard, and YouTube is separate from that, so I could hear myself. I had to get rid of that. I don't know. I never do that. I've been good about. I did it during the trial all the time. I did it during the trial all the time. Oh my God, I must have done that once a week. So here is A Nightmare on Elm Street.
Rated R.
Rated R. Rated R. So it's funny, it's rated R. So you're alienating teenagers, right off the bat.
Right.
You have to be 18 to get into that movie, right?
Yeah, 17, but you still go and see it. Please.
I thought they were pretty strict back then about that.
I think if you're accompanied by an adult, you can get into it.
Right. But what adult is taking a kid to see this?
Yeah.
That's the dilemma of horror movies. Because you're marketing to teens, and teens can't get in.
Right.
I snuck in, G. Canada. I was a rebel.
Are you on mute? Okay.
The kids of Elm Street don't know it yet, but something is coming to get them.
There's something out there, isn't there?
There he is, right in the trailer.
Yeah.
Right out of the gate, the movie gets you. David, you know who does the soundtrack for the musical score for that?
Yeah, and of course I'm blanking on his name. It's another Bernstein. It's Charles Bernstein, who is
Bernstein
on the. He's just Depp is surrounded by. Yeah.
Say Bernstein.
He's on the board of governors for the music branch of the Academy for Motion Picture Arts and Sciences. Yeah.
Is he related to Peter Bernstein at Jumpstreet?
No, they are not related.
Okay.
But he did the movie. The only other, I think he did a lot of horror movies in the 80s. So he did like Cujo, and yeah, I could go through his filmography, but I love the score to this movie. It's so good.
It gets you immediately. Immediately you sucked in and creeped out. Even that.
Yeah.
This must be crazy to see a trailer for this.
What's happening?
What did that, Lieutenant? I don't know. What's the coroner got to say? He's in the John puking since he saw it.
They're gonna kill me for sure.
Did you do it?
There was somebody else there.
He was locked in a room with a girl who went in alive and came out in a rubber bag.
No one knows where it came from or who it will visit next.
Nancy? There's something wrong with you. You're imagining things.
Nightmare on Elm Street.
Do you believe in the boogeyman?
No.
Whatever you do, don't fall asleep.
He falls over.
The only one who can stop it. If she fails, Elm Street.
Wes Craven's supposed to be the super intellectual. Apparently, he's a professor. I think by you, David, in Ohio somewhere.
In Ohio, yeah.
Is his origins. Sarah, you were saying?
I have a question. I have the polls for the early movies on our community page on YouTube. So
go into that first. Okay.
Okay.
Good.
All right. So for this movie, question was, would you have seen Nightmare on Elm Street if it did not feature Johnny Depp? Okay. So yes was 67%. No, 22%. Did not see it was 11%.
Okay.
My answer, yes, I would. Of course.
Did you do Private Resort and stuff?
Yes, it's in there.
Okay.
I'm up through Ed Wood.
Okay, good. You're all the way through. You caught continuity wise. You're through Ed Wood.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Good. That's. Thank you very much, because I'm going to go with Kathy. You want to start us off? Would you see a movie like Nightmare on Elm Street 1 if Johnny Depp wasn't in it?
Yes.
Are you a horror nerd?
I'm not, but I didn't even know who Johnny Depp was then.
Exactly.
Did you see Nightmare on Elm Street when it came out?
I did.
Okay. So, yeah, that's a firm yes. And it did really well. It did. Okay, we'll go with David next.
Yeah. Definitely. I love slasher movies, especially of the 70s and 80s. So I think, I did not see it in theaters because I was not alive, but I remember the first time I did see it. So I say. But but I don't even think I was cognizant that Johnny Depp was in it. I probably saw it when I was maybe 12 or 13.
Nobody was.
And I was so, I mean, Heather Langenkamp really does steal that movie. She does such a good job in it.
So underrated.
Yeah, and just I because I didn't think to. I'm sure Pirates of the Caribbean was out by then, and it didn't occur to me to think that Johnny Depp would be in the first Nightmare on Elm Street. So there's this like cognitive dissonance where I didn't realize it was him.
Nice use of cognitive dissonance, by the
My
way.
cousins in West Virginia, while we were visiting for a family reunion, forced me to watch this movie. So I had no idea who Johnny Depp was. I was 10. No idea.
See, Jumpstreet had been out, so you didn't see Jumpstreet until later?
I may have. Jumpstreet was probably like season 2 before I
Okay,
really
yeah, you're in exactly what year that is. Exactly right. So that's interesting. And did you like the horror genre, Sarah, or you could care less?
I've told my. I do now. I appreciate it now. I've told my Nightmare on Elm Street traumatic childhood story before, but they scarred me for a good 5 years after watching this movie.
Okay, well, my answer is kind of weird. No, I wouldn't have seen it.
Really?
Nothing to do. Yeah, I wouldn't have seen. The horror genre is not my favorite genre. It's one of my least favorite genres. I'm a little. It's just in modern day. I'm like real life is scarier than any horror movie now. I think. It's not my favorite genre. Back then, I was not seeking out the horror genre. The first time I'd seen Nightmare on Elm Street is firmly because he was in it, and only because he was in it. I vividly remember coming back from basketball practice, and at those days we had basketball practice at night, and I came home, must have been 8:00, and the Fox network was trying to push him because he's on Jumpstreet. So our New York Fox showed Nightmare on Elm Street on a Monday night. And I didn't really, I read his biography and I knew he was in these things. And I just didn't go to the video store to rent it or whatever. And I come home and I see the very last scene, the last 5 minutes. He pulls up in the Lance Mobile and drops her off at her house, drops Nancy off at her house. And I'm like, holy shit, that's the guy. That's Johnny Depp from Jumpstreet. That's Elm Street. And so I'm like, oh god damn it, I didn't realize that was. So then I went and rented it. This is like I want to say 89, 88, 88. Well, it's got to be season 2. I think it was Jump. Yeah, so I want to say it's 88.
You saw it the same year I did.
Same year you did. Never would have paid any mind to it if he wasn't in it. And because I wanted to catch up on all the stuff I'd read about that he had done. I never saw. So yeah, my answer is no, I would not have seen it.
I think you said when we did the watch along, like you powered through the remaining Nightmare on Elm Streets to see if he showed up at all.
Yeah,
like you were such a fan.
He does.
Oh, you remember that? Oh my god, I can't believe you remember that.
In
what,
6 or something?
He comes back. I had to wait till, was it 91?
He comes back when it's all like celebrity cameos and it's just a big joke at that point.
Roseanne's in that.
Yeah, God.
You could easily have brought him back. Well, you can do anything. If it's supernatural, you can do anything you want. You could come back through the bed and reincarnate.
I do love they do it a few times throughout the series, but they show the souls of the people that he's killed from previous movies. And you could easily put his face. I don't know if they did this, but there's the scene where they're coming through his stomach when he opens his shirt. And you could easily put like a Depp claymation figure coming through his stomach or something. That would have been great.
A Depp Ray Harryhausen special creature effect thing.
Yeah.
That's funny.
Tonecott says, I'd watch Nightmare on Elm Street without him because Depp was an unknown teen, no different than any other teen victim in a slasher flick. Freddy was we always forget how great Robert Englund is in this. Yeah. He always gets, I don't know why he gets left out of the, it is quite, that Freddy Krueger character is quite for my money, the best horror character of all time. And to me, again, I haven't seen a ton of horror movies, but this is the best one. And it's the year it's shot, the tone, the music, and everything else. I couldn't believe how much I liked it.
And the dark undertones of what he really was that they won't say.
A thinking man's horror movie, in my opinion.
I wonder if Heather Langenkamp, because by the time they did that, Jamie Lee Curtis was a movie star. And I wonder if she thought like, oh, this is great. I'm in a really successful horror movie. This will surely launch my acting career that I do other things, just like Jamie Lee Curtis, did from
Thank God,
Halloween.
or just the 10 of us.
Right.
Remember
that was a Growing Pains spinoff, right?
Yep.
The gym teacher from Growing Pains.
Yep.
That's right.
It's a great question. I mean, it seems like horror movies get off on having unknowns, right? That you could save in the budget.
Yeah.
You don't have to pay the major actor their fee and everything like that. That's exactly right. It seems like that was the thing for a while. All these people started in horror movies, and they had this list, and obviously Depp led the charge in that. G Canada says, I saw this movie 37 years ago when I was 12. How can I remember anything except The Hand? Well, not because you don't watch it every 2 weeks like we do, G Canada. I certainly wouldn't go to the theater to watch it. That's for damn sure. That's the last thing I'm doing. You're lucky I'm renting that, and so that's what it took for me to see it. I had to rent it because it was 4 years after it came out. Is when I saw it.
My kids have seen every Friday the 13th and every Nightmare on
Elm Street.
Halloween.
Oh yeah, Halloween's the best.
Yeah,
those are the three genres you'll get people citing as their favorite. Like the Scream stuff is not. It's just something about those years back then in some of the 70s and early 80s. It just feels eerier. It's the tone. It's the film style.
Cheapness.
Yeah.
It's the cheapness too. I mean, it forces them, right. I think because the budget is so low, they have to get creative with how stylized it is. And they'll do some whack. I love the receiver on the phone turning into a tongue. In that, it's like, that's a clever way.
You got to think of bits. You got to think of memorable bits in order for your trailer moments.
Because I never forgot that.
Yep.
Right.
G Canada says it was 14 was the age in Canada. They let them into this. I think America was it 18 or 17? NC 7, right? 17. John Carpenter did his own synth scores, says Dorian Morgan. I didn't realize that. I didn't know that. Saxon is the worst piece of shit in Hollywood. Oh, Pete, hairpiece. I'm sorry. Saxon with the worst hairpiece in Hollywood.
I was like, I thought he was a nice guy.
Go for a toupee, and that's what you choose. The lacquered comb over.
The Julius Caesar. Yeah.
Yeah, that's still Caesar.
I know a lot of gay guys that find Saxon like their old Hollywood crush. I don't get it, but okay, whatever.
Not Tab Hunter or
yeah.
The movie trailer voice. I don't know if it's still kind of the same guys they use. Like it's Optimus Prime all the time. I bring up Peter Cullen. It's we'll go through the trailers, and that's a great thing that Josh Foster's talking about. Let's try to see if we can, I don't know, connect the trailer voice to.
The only one I know is if you look up the Terminator 2 trailer, that's Don LaFontaine, who died many years ago, but he's the most recognizable trailer voice. He's the In a World guy.
In a World.
Oh, exactly. Yeah.
Peter Cullen, Optimus Prime, did all these 21 Jump Street trailers that I'm finding now in the moment. This week on 21 Jump Street, Richard Grieco will drive Hanson to his breaking point. Hanson. No, go.
I'm sorry. Didn't we watch one where he pronounced it like this week on 21 Jump Street?
Yeah. That was a different guy, though. I think that was the Fox Home guy they used for the Fox network.
The on-site person.
You want to move on? So, Private Resort. You want to move on to Private? Pelel, welcome, sir. Private Resort. Sarah, you want to read the results?
No, do the trailer first, and then I'll do the results.
To the parrot.
Unmistakable what era this movie is from.
Sarah, you got it?
No, are you playing the trailer first?
What do you think we should do? Read the results first or play the trailer
first?
Play
the trailer first, and then I'll read the results.
Okay.
Welcome to paradise. For the incurably romantic, there is Club Med. For the incredibly wild, there is the club that's mad. Private Resort, where two eager guys can resort to their most private fantasies.
I'm telling you, this is the place to be.
4 days made in heaven, and it's all theirs. Look at that. Now they can worship the sun.
And we
Rejuvenate their bodies.
I'm in love.
Meet stimulating people.
It's nice.
be free with me, Ragalama.
And bare their souls.
You must lose your artificial layers.
You mean my clothes?
I beg your pardon.
That's what you get to dance.
What?
Dance! The fraud's death.
It's the perfect escape, whether you're on the wrong side of the law.
Give me that knife.
Or on the flip side of reality.
Whoa, dude! Excellent cut! This place is insane!
He's got my diamond! Come on!
It's the great getaway.
It's gotta be your way.
For all kinds of action. Come join the feast. Go ahead. Just dive right in. You'll want to stay forever.
Is this place always this crowded? Wait till we get to the sauna.
Private Resort, the third in the private school private lesson saga. Now you can get away with everything.
Whoa, a mom and a dad! I'm home.
In a saga, I didn't realize that.
I genuinely laughed at that.
So,
David picked up on the key word there, saga, which I didn't realize until I just watched this trailer. Go ahead, Sarah.
I was going to give you the results. Go ahead.
You go.
Okay. Would you have seen Private Resort if it didn't feature Johnny Depp? Yes, 10%. No, 45%. Didn't see it, 45%.
Oh my God, 45% did. That is such a must for a true Depp fan, I think, to see it. So let's start with Sarah.
Okay. These are the kind of movies my parents rented in the 80s.
Yeah.
So I am fairly certain I saw this. So I would have to say yes.
Kathy Scott.
I saw it. I would not watch it again.
It's bad.
That's a question for Lori Allison, by the way.
It wasn't for Depp that I watched it.
It was for Rob Morrow.
No, it was just on TV.
Yeah.
Ah, I thought you said before we went on you were a huge Hector Elizondo fan. That's the way. Would they show this in a prison, Kathy? Would they be allowed to show this in a prison?
If it was on TV?
I would love to see a maximum security prison watching Private Resort.
Looking at Johnny Depp's butt.
In that day room, looking at Depp's ass.
Torturing
that would
them
be
more.
the greatest thing ever.
Torture them more.
David, you were -3 when this came out. Would you have
Yes.
seen Private Resort?
There was a time, like again around the age of 12 or 13, when I was just watching as many movies as I could. I feel like HBO would always show, Lover Boy with Patrick Dempsey or Calendar Girl with Jason Priestley or something. And there was something like, I just love the escapism of this kind of movie. It's so stupid. So I probably would have watched it just as like background noise. So I would say yes, sure.
Interesting answer. Very interesting answer. My answer is very akin to Sarah's answer. With or without him, I would have seen it. Any prepubescent or pubescent, horny little teen would do anything they could do to watch these TNA movies that you could somehow get away with seeing, be it on HBO or Showtime or rent it. When I rented Private Resort, and when again, right around the same time, probably like 1988, it was so embarrassing that I took the Private Resort movie out of its box and I put it into like, God damn it, Home Alone 1 or something, or no, Transformers. Something was transforming. Transformers, the animated movie. That's the box. So the 1986-87 Transformers, the animated movie box. I took the Private Resort tape, put it in the box to rent that movie. To rent Private Resort.
I thought you were going to say you put in like the Last Temptation of Jesus Christ or something.
That would have been great. But again, with or without him, all these horny little teens of Generation X were watching all these Porky's-esque movies that anything you could. There's no porn at that time, and this is kind of all you got. So yes, I would have seen this. I think, like Sarah, I did see it, not known that I'd seen it in and around. And I did see the trilogy. It's so important. You really need to see Private Resort to get to the Private Lessons and Private School, because they so link together. You're going to miss so many plot points if you see just one of them. I had Private School on tape. Private School had Matthew Modine in it as the lead, and Phoebe Cates, two pretty big stars at the time, and that's part of this trilogy. I swear to God, it's called Private School, and I don't know if anyone in that chat has seen it.
Was that after Fast Ridgemont High?
It's it's literally like a year or two after that.
Okay.
Phoebe Cates was this is like maybe the first thing she did after that. I'm trying to remember if you'd know anybody else from that movie. It's definitely worth, and it's just like it's the same tone. The director of Private Resort, interestingly enough, this guy George Bowers, who's responsible for all these things, he went on to be a producer on or some kind of creative position on From Hell later on. They reunite in From Hell. He's this huge gaps in his resume. He's done Deuce Bigelow, How Stella Got. He's an editor now, so How Stella Got Her Groove Back. That's quite the range. Money Train, Sleeping with the Enemy, Harlem Nights. Is he black, George Bowers? There's a lot of black movies here. League of Their Own. So he this is the director. The Private Resort reunion. I would love to be on the set of From Hell for that conversation. Rob Morrow is in this movie. Andrew Dice Clay, who is Andrew Clay at the time. This is before the Dice stand-up exploded. He's in this, and it's worth. It knows what it is. It's a stupid TNA romp. It doesn't try to be anything else. It doesn't try to preach to you. Leslie Easterbrook is in it from Police Academy. Rob Morrow from Northern Exposure and a bunch of other stuff, and they became friends in this. So Emily Longstreth, who was one of these like blonde, she was in everything back then. So
I think it was a puberty male movie.
Yeah, that's what my entire generation saw all these things. Dodie Goodman.
I think I have to give my parents credit, and I guess you'd call it that, for renting all of those kind of movies, like all the Police Academies.
Yeah,
I probably saw all the Private movies. All of them kind of formed my self into what I became. So thank you, Mother and Father, for being overly intrigued by video rental. I appreciate it.
As just a little callback, Pellel says the meat that turned into maggots in Poltergeist is a gimmick I still can't get over.
That's gross. Did Johnny Depp always have top billing in Private Resort, or was it only after he became okay? Because Julia Roberts, when she was the one kind of interesting story she told was she was in a movie, like her first movie was with Justin Bateman, and it was like
Satisfaction.
Yes, and when the movie was released, it was supposed to be Justine Bateman's transition from TV star to movie star, and then Julia Roberts did Mystic Pizza, and it made her an even bigger deal. And so the movie comes out on home video, and it's Julia Roberts has top billing of Justine Bateman.
No, so that's a great question. That's a great question. It's a perfect movie example. They do this with him in stuff like Chocolat, but if you watch Private Resort, they put he's not like he and Rob Morrow are the kind of so when Private Resort has a new box or a new promotion, his face now they've done it over, and his face is over the whole thing. He is a male lead in this. Make no mistake about it. But I know exactly what you're saying. Julia Roberts was the fourth on the call sheet on Mystic Pizza.
Probably, yeah.
Yeah, and they do this with Depp all the time now. When they go back, even like Platoon, they do it. They've expanded his, like in Platoon, he's in the movie for 5 minutes, and they push this thing like he is in every frame of that movie now. Nightmare on Elm Street, they do it. I mean, Nightmare on Elm Street's a really good one. He's really fourth on the call sheet on that, or fifth, and he is over the title now. No, go ahead.
I know I said this last time, but we were talking about a very young Leonardo DiCaprio is an extra episode of Roseanne. And I swear to God, like one of the descriptions of the episode on like iTunes or something said like guest star Leonardo DiCaprio. And I was like, he's not a guest star. He's sitting silently in a classroom.
Growing Pains. Right.
Right. Yeah.
That's a perfect example. Even I mean the Jumpstreet DVDs do this too. Like if you have like a big star who is a cameo in it, they'll have him prominently featured. Like Brad Pitt is in an episode in season 2, and he's in it, but he's not in every frame. And they act like he is, you know, the whole that's exactly what that's a great question. Stuff like, I mean, Depp was on 2 TV shows. We're gonna get to these, Hotel and Lady Blue. And I think Kathy Scott would make a great Lady Blue, by the way, if they ever redid that. And they use him on the DVD box. They use him on and he's in one episode. And it's a guest spot, but he's in like one. And they all somehow have license to do this, to use their star power to sell the.
They had to find the least blurred image of Brad Pitt as the camera was zooming past him in his cameo to put on the DVD box.
I mean, he's in it, but they make it out that he's in it much more than he is in it. Josh Foster, the greatest movie trailer is The Warriors. It starts with, "These armies are at night." It's an absolute masterpiece. It is a great trailer. It feels like a horror movie in some ways. The Warriors is the gang movie from the late 70s and early 80s where, it's which seems to be more popular now than it was when it came out. G. Canada writes, this movie is kind of this Daytona spring break thing. Yeah, exactly. It fits in that whole thing, and there's a whole genre for that. And it seems like that entire genre is like dead now. The TNA teen film, right?
Yeah, it's sort of like, ended with like the road trip movies.
Yeah, what's the closest thing you have to that now? These road trip movies, like what with
Howard Stern to Miami? I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know.
Crossroads with Britney Spears.
Yeah.
Dennis Miller had this joke making fun of this genre once. And something like, I'm sure Josh Foster knows this. It was something like, I stay in a lot of hotels. In this one hotel, I got that SpectraVision, right? I think nothing of it. I ordered up a movie until I get there at the hotel desk, and right there in black and white, it says "Teenage Tit Freaks." So now what they do is they blur out like when you order something on this Spankavision, they call it, they put like a general title so you don't know it, or it's like the embarrassed husband on the credit card that orders the porn or whatever. It doesn't want his wife to know. Teenage Tit Freaks, and that's
they'll put the name of the third party vendor, like Israeli company that produced the film, like on the bill. Yeah.
Pell says, my only comment is I would have seen Gilbert Grape without Johnny, but now I cannot think of anyone else who can play Gilbert. I feel this way about a few of his roles. Did you know, Pell, that River Phoenix originally was supposed to be Gilbert Grape? And then he died. And Depp got it. And that was like a really crazy conspiracy theory that they think that Depp was in on the death so he could get the Gilbert Grape role. I swear to God, that was floated by someone.
Johnny Depp was foiled trying to get River Phoenix's role in Sneakers with Robert Redford.
Very nice. He's a 49ers hat on during that. Sneakers. Yeah. We talked about Sneakers at one point. Tonecott says a 14-year-old to me would say yes because it had hot girls. That's right, Tonecott. And bikini and dice. And the 42-year-old to me says yes, hot girls, bikinis, and dice. I can't believe how low that number was, Sarah, in the poll you took.
Yeah, well, I'm not really. I mean, it's known. It's like a joke. Oh, look at this early Johnny Depp movie. Doesn't mean people are going to watch it.
No. Well, I would love to know what when he blew up on Jumpstreet, if we could somehow track the videotape rentals of that happened during. That would be interesting to see. Me being as far as they know, it was Transformers that I rented.
Well, remember they didn't have they didn't have your favorite website, IMDb, back then, so you had to like walk by the box in Blockbuster and maybe catch a glimpse and maybe put 2 and 2 together that it's Johnny Depp.
What did we do without IMDb back then?
A lot.
It was such an important. I mean, I go to that for everything now. God, we were neglected. So I would. Do you remember like movie rental places back then didn't they keep track of what you rented like in a list?
Well, yeah, you had to get it back on time. If not, you were fined.
But they had like a running, statistical count of what people rented, I think, and they knew like they would have your thing, and you rented this, and this in the last year.
I think if you had like a Blockbuster membership, they would. I mean, it's attached to your credit card, so like I'm sure they had a Windows 95 database of what you've rented in the past.
Yeah, that'd be so funny to tap into if you could somehow get hold of that and go back and look at that. So I bet you it's all destroyed. There's no way that's still around.
Yeah. No, they still. My state has the last remaining Blockbuster, so there's a database somewhere.
Right. Are you kidding me?
No.
Where is it?
It's in Bend, Oregon.
Bend, Oregon. Is that closer to Washington or California?
It's Central Oregon. It's straight across from where I am.
Never heard of it.
It's the same distance.
How could Owen possibly remember switching movies in 1988? I got my license, my car, a girlfriend, and weed. The last thing I cared about was Johnny Depp. This is an epic armed love affair for decades.
It's not even an exaggeration.
I had none of those things. I had my license on the 18th hole of high school, like the last semester. Like my parents were in no rush to have me driving. They would not teach. I had to learn from really my sister. Most of the time she would go, what are they doing? What do they do? What do they do? He's like, I don't know. They're not going to, she's kind of fearless and but yeah, I got my driver's license the 18th hole of high school. So I watch these movies, like these high school movies, and 90210, we talk about this all the time. Everybody has a license that in my school, you didn't have the part. You were so lucky to have a car and drive to school on your own. And that didn't happen until firmly your senior year. You weren't, I don't think you were allowed to do it in New York as a junior.
I can see you watching Nightmare on Elm Street and seeing Johnny Depp's character driving himself to school and getting front seat parking.
Yeah, right. Valet parking right in front of the school.
Yeah.
It's the only car there waiting for Glenn Lance to just pop out.
I have to learn how to drive.
We got our license at 15.
15?
There you go.
No, thank you.
What? I don't want to sound like a just uptight or anything like that, but I think we don't need drivers at 16. I think it's way too young. You just have no response. You have no concept of right and wrong. They just don't belong on the road. They do such stupid things. I really don't think you should have a license. You have any notion of driving until you're at least 17, 18.
And they didn't know nothing about driver's education.
Yeah. Nobody remembers it. Tough Turf, Cindy Clausen. That's pretty good. I remember that. James Spader. You know who's in that, Sarah? One of your little housewives. Jesus Christ. Who's the Beverly Hills one with the blonde hair?
Oh, Kyle
Camille
Richards.
Grammer.
That's it. Who is it, David?
Kyle Richards.
No, it's Kim Richards.
Yes, Kim Richards.
Kim. Sorry. Okay, yeah.
She's in
Same
freaking
thing.
Tough Turf, Cindy Clausen. And she was in a Different Strokes spinoff called Hello, Larry, which was like a radio guy from Portland, Sarah.
Yeah.
God
She was in Chips, too.
She was in Chips, too,
She
right.
played Poncherelli's girlfriend.
I think it's the whole thing with the drinking, and I think we're driving too young. I think all the accidents go. Well, Sarah, you deal with that all the time, right? How many accidents do you see from that age group?
Many, way too many.
You're just not mature enough to handle it. You're just not. I know as a kid, I remember not being in any rush to have it was like, 17 I'll give you maybe, but 16 is too young. I don't want to be behind. I don't want to. Do you, as an adult, want to be driving next to 16-year-olds on the road?
No.
It's stupid. Pella, the only thing I remember being 7.5, I could buy 30 black and white Montreal and play the French. Yeah, it's amazing the TVs we watched movies on back then, 13 inches, and we were fine with it. Your face just shoved right. Bachelor Party, Josh Foster, that's a good one with Adrian Zemed. That's a Jumpstreet reference, but no more road trip movies. Says G Canada, kids just watch porn. Right, that's true. Why would you watch anything like that? Why would you, if you could just watch porn at any time you want? Why would you, if that's what you're going for, right? If that's the goal, why would you even bother? It's a waste of everyone's time.
Softcore pornography is strange too. It's like, why? Like what's with the halfway sort of teasing kind of thing, you know.
Well, they want to leave something up to the imagination, like the teasing. It's part of the game.
Yeah.
It's more, I like when there's something left to the imagination. That's the excuse to.
I guess when these were theatrically released things, like that made more sense, you know, that you would take your significant other to the drive-in movie theater and make out with them during the movie or something.
Pello goes, I did not know River Phoenix would have been fine on that, but I guess we've been robbed of Depp's epic portrayal. You know, you can see River Phoenix in that too. I mean, he's closer to DiCaprio's age too than Depp, who is actually 10 years older than DiCaprio. So sometimes that's a pretty large age gap with two brothers. Like, I mean, I have a cousin whose brother is 15 years younger than him. So it's almost like at that point, are you the father? Are you kind of brother, father, surrogate kind of thing where you sort of assume both roles? But I mean, Depp's not, I mean, obviously he's playing younger. I think he's supposed to be 25 in Gilbert Grape, as the book Los Alstrom says. And DiCaprio is 18. So it's not that big a deal. I mean, it's a 3-year difference. DiCaprio is 10 years younger than Depp. You want to move on to the next one?
Yes.
Okay, our next film is, well, it doesn't have to be a film. It could be, this is not a film. This is a television show.
I didn't put polls up for the guest shot
okay.
appearances.
That's okay.
So.
Does anybody remember the television show Lady Blue?
No.
Which had Danny Aiello as one of the leads in this. So instead of showing you a trailer for it, I'm going to show you Depp's sole episode. Now get this premise. He plays the younger brother to a guy, and they are sons of a surgeon, and they go around kidnapping women to operate on them, to train to be surgeons to impress their father. That's the plot line of this. And he plays somebody named Lionel in this. I believe our Laurie Allison is responsible for this look, Kathy, right? I mean, is there any doubt? And I assume no one here has seen Lady Blue except me.
I have not.
This particular episode. Already you're laughing, right? The title of the episode is Beasts of Prey. And I actually screen recorded just Depp's scenes in this from the episode that leaked out. I don't know if this show went past a season. I guess I could look it up. I feel like it couldn't possibly have gone more than one season. And I think we got the answer to this. Like, would you watch this? I don't know. I mean, some of these cop shows right back then, you kind of watched everything.
Right.
That was on TV. You kind of had no choice.
You might have to.
Was this?
1985. 1985.
You might have to skip through this.
Why?
YouTube.
It's on YouTube.
Okay.
What I got.
All
I don't
right.
think we're dealing with problems on this.
Okay.
I'll take my chances. It claims it went from 90. I think it's just 2 seasons. Oh my God, I can't track it. No, hold on a second. I'm sorry. Come on, Lady Blue. You got to hear the theme song to this. Out of the blue, the power's in you. I don't know if I left it. It's just 1 season. Okay, it's 1 season. Back in the blue, the power's in you. Oh, I got the theme song. I left it in. Okay.
Let the lights behind on your mind.
Look at her. Look at this graphic.
Let the shadows play, and the memories never stop. Back to the blue, the power's in you. Back to the dream that still comes true. Back to the blue, you're breaking through. Go back, lady. Back to the blue.
This Danny Aiello. guitar solo in for you.
I love it.
Sarah, you're playing air guitar right now, right? Please
No.
tell me you are. The woman who did that score, it sounds like one of those old disco singers who
Yeah.
Studio 54. God damn it! What is her name again?
Donna Autumn.
Oh my God. Oh, God, it'll come to me. And that, but do you see that, Johnny Depp? That this show does not deserve that singing. By the way, just
The
like
show does not deserve that name to come up in the credits.
Tasty sax solo.
Shot in Chicago, by the way.
Okay.
Benny Hill.
I was gonna say.
Okay, so this sets up. This is Depp and his older brother in a van, in a like an A-team kind of van.
Yeah.
They're driving around, kidnapping women to kill them, to operate on them, to impress their father that they could be surgeons like him. That's the plot. I shit you not.
Hey, Josh, can we get something better? How about some Quake?
Leave it. I like it. You know, Lionel, you've got every characteristic of a puppy dog.
Okay, I just watched this a few days ago when I put this together for this, and he goes, Lionel, you have every characteristic of a puppy dog. And let me just play it out, just the last couple minutes.
Especially loyalty. I like that about you. You've got every characteristic of a puppy dog, especially loyalty. I like that about you, little brother.
When Depp did Edward Scissorhands, and this hit me immediately when I watched this, they asked him, how did you craft the character of Edward Scissorhands? And he says, I based it on an old dog that I had, a dedicated puppy dog who was dedicated to you and was loyal in any way, shape, or form. I mean, literally, that quote is exactly what he says he based Scissorhands on. I want to say hello to Bon Jovial, who is, I don't know if you feel like weighing in on what we just did. Bon, you more than we want to jump in here, or do you want to go back and give us, would you see Nightmare on Elm Street and Private Resort if Depp wasn't in it?
This week on 21 Jump Street, in order to stop herself from turning right on red, Sarah is going to have to become a rapist.
Hello, everyone.
Hi, Bon Jovial.
Thanks for having me.
Where did you get that? When did I do that?
Oh, I got everything. I got you sussed out, my buddy. I got you in the archives, so to speak. And it's great to be here. And I just want to congratulate David on the song the other day on Radio Gunk. I loved it when I heard it. And I also am loving Kathy's accent. And Kathy, can I just ask you a question, my dear?
Sure.
How does it feel to be on this amazing show?
My body feels like a Corvette up on blocks with its engine racing and the wheels just spinning and spinning with nowhere to go. I feel like I'm going to explode.
I've never spoken to a southern lady before, so I'm loving your accent.
Well, thank you.
I'm trying to think on Gunk if there's people from Sarah is about as close as you get, because her origins actually go back to West Virginia. Right,
Wow.
Sarah? I went
Yes,
to college
correct.
in Kentucky. I love the meeting. My dream is to have dialogue between Kathy Scott and, Kathy found this show. She's just a Depp fan. Kathy, you don't listen to Radio Gunk, do you?
No.
Yeah, she found this. Did you find this on Instagram?
No, I found this just fooling around on YouTube.
Just looking around on YouTube. Okay, good.
I'll answer your question, John. I'll just go with Sarah. I'm the same age as Sarah, so I didn't know Johnny Depp much. I wouldn't have known. The reason I saw Nightmare was because of just how the reviews. It was like a phenomenon then. So I was so young, but it scared like you guys said, it scared the living hell out of me. And I shouldn't have seen it. Like my sister got it, and it was like here's a little story. It was like we didn't even have a VHS player then, and we borrowed one from our uncle. And my sister's like 4 years older than me, and she had like a birthday party, and her friends all stayed over, and they watched it. And then I just got up at like 5 a.m. and watched it quietly, and scared and I had nightmares. The most. It was just horrifying.
Oh,
so
it does its
wonderful.
job. It's that scary. Absolutely. Especially at that age. That's a great story, by the way. That's a lot of it. Like kids' older sisters or older brothers watching it, then you get into it. That's another way to get at this stuff. It is genuinely terrifying.
I'm not familiar with that other movie, so I don't know. I can't comment on that. I've never seen that film. So
if you can get around to it, I would love for you to watch Private Resort when you can. I'll give you a copy of it. And it's just a stupid TNA movie that came out in the mid '80s. It doesn't try to be anything it's not. It's for pubescent teens to spank it to, because there's really no porn at the time, and it's just Andrew Dice Clay is in it.
Oh my goodness,
Leslie
I will check
Easterbrook.
And I want to thank you for sending me the Christian Slater Saturday Night Live, and I watched half of the episode, and wow, I don't think we got Saturday Night Live here back then. It must have been 92 or something he was on, and I can't believe the cast. Phil Hartman,
incredible.
Rob Scheider, these guys.
Mike Myers.
I couldn't believe it. They're all still relevant and working today. Adam Sandler. I was just going, Phil Hartman. I watched the sketch at the start about the chicken. Christian Slater orders the hottest chicken, and they won't give it to him. And I actually, at the start, I was like, because I'm like, nothing makes me laugh anymore. And I thought, I see where this is going. They're just going to keep coming out and telling him how hot it is. And then Phil Hartman came out, like the manager of the restaurant, and sat down and said, "May I sit down?" And I was like, oh my God. He's going to go into a full spiel trying to tell Christian not to order it because it's so hot and it'll hurt him. And I actually laughed. So I was so surprised that I could laugh at something, because everything now is not funny. These sketch shows, we have this show in Australia that just started, which is trying to do Saturday Night Live, but it's not live, it's just sketch. And it's so bad. Like the sketches are so unfunny. Like they do little Survivor parody and all that kind of crap. And it's just all these bad comedians telling you the joke, explaining the joke in it, it's so bad. And this is wonderful. So I wanted to thank you for that. From your personal archives, you have amazing archives, and Christian's wonderful. And I loved Christian. Oh, I loved him. When Pump Up the Volume came out, that movie, although it wasn't successful, that meant so much to me. I was in like year 7 or 8, and I was like, and it's weird. It's like what we're doing now. I wanted to be like on the radio back then. Like he was a pirate DJ in that movie, and it wasn't a big movie, but I was watching it just going, oh, he has it set up in his basement and he can broadcast to the town. And I was like, the concept was so cool. Anyways, and that's what we're doing now. And we can pretty much say anything we want.
That particular cast and era of Saturday Night Live is about as good as it is ever going to get. Somehow it all clicked, and Phil Hartman they called him the glue. And you could laugh at him just playing like the boss of a typical corporation thing, or the manager of a supermarket, or a typical dad. He was so smooth in doing that. I would just laugh at the most subtle things he would do.
Yes.
And that episode is an A+. That the first one he hosted, the second one's great too. It's just everything clicked in those years. And that episode, they do like, hello, I'm Russell Clark, senior editor, Sassy Magazine. And so he has all these teen idols on, and boy, is that good. But that leads me to just actually want to tease something we're going to do now, because I remember bringing this up to David. I can't believe you said this, and you're certainly invited on this show. We are going to craft if Johnny Depp hosted Saturday Night Live, which he has never done.
Oh.
So we're going to write an episode on our podcast for him.
Yes.
And we're going to create sketches
I'm
and
loving
from
it.
the
I can't
chat,
wait for this.
and you could do whatever you want. And I have something called 21 Trump Street, which I've already thought of, where
I'm loving this.
he plays Trump and he's so arrogant and so pompous he thinks he can go back into high schools and pull it off at his age now.
And
at
Sarah's going to put in the applause and everything and all of that.
yes.
Like Saturday Night Live, beautiful. Like the Oscars, the Deppies last year. If everyone in the chat saw, I hope everyone in the chat saw the Deppies in, when was that, late December? You did that last year.
Yeah.
That was the greatest show, I think, of all time.
You, Thanks, Sarah. That's a great compliment to you.
I was
you labored over that.
Yeah, that must have taken weeks and weeks. I was so impressed.
Well, we're doing a second one for his 60th birthday.
What you think?
Yes, I know. We're doing
You can put it together. It's like a month away. It's not happening.
We're doing it. You got it for his 60th. We've got to. We've got to do a second one.
I know I've said it a lot of times, but the part where John went into maybe a 5-minute
monologue
speech about how all of the different categories for awards that he was coming up for next year, that was so funny. The chat were just going, keep telling us, tell us more, John. Which any other categories? I was just going, give me all of them. And it's amazing how fast you are. Like, you should be on a show like Saturday Night Live. You could be like the Phil Hartman on a show like that, because you do all the voices, you do all the characters. You should be. You should be doing stand-up.
There's only one Phil Hartman. That's a great compliment, but I think that Phil Hartman kind of thing he did is just never been captured again, because I mean, I used to laugh at him just playing it straight, because he just played, the subtlety in him was like, wow, that's so, just like he just didn't try for and him and Dana Carvey playing off each other was really just.
Yeah, and I didn't know Chris Rock was on Saturday Night Live.
Chris Rock is in that cast. Incredible
They
year.
got those years. Is that what everyone calls, apart from the 80s with Belushi and that? Is everyone called the golden years of Saturday Night Live with all these guys?
People have a theory with that show that people think the best year is, you think it's when you were in high school. Like you'll always go back. And I don't agree with that at all. That's Lorne Michaels' excuse to claim that they never take accountability for bad seasons. You know what I mean? Like when it sucks, oh, well, you just liked it when you were. No. That holds up. That year, those years with Carvey and Hartman are so far and away better than everything else. I don't care what age you are. You're proving it now by what you're saying.
I didn't even know who he was because we didn't get it here. So when I was watching The Simpsons, I was just like, that guy, Phil Hartman, who does the voices, wow. I was like, man, he's a standout. And then eventually I realized he was on Saturday Night Live. I was like, oh my God, these guys all have like so many things they've done. Wonderful. But
when you watch the second one with him, Dana Carvey is not in that. He left the year before. He left that was the year the first year he's not. Phil Hartman is in that season and Carvey is not in that season.
Was that like a big deal when he left?
He crippled the show. It never recovered, actually, when he left.
Oh, my God. So when people would leave, would it be like a big thing? Everyone would be going, I can't believe he's gone now. This show's finished and all that.
It was when it really should have been finished, Bon. It really should have been. It should not have gone on. Everybody, like, it got really bad after that. And
but did Mike Myers leave and then Chris Rock left?
Yeah.
Did they all leave within a few years or did they stay quite longer, the other guys?
Carvey carried the show. Like he and Phil Hartman really just were. You can't replace that. They just carried the show. The other guys were niche, kind of like, their personality, and they would drop them in, and they didn't have to carry the show. So when it was left up to like Spade, Farley, Sandler, Chris Rock left when Phil Hartman did. When those guys had to carry it, they couldn't do it because they were kind of like one or two trick ponies. They couldn't be the versatile people that.
So did Phil leave because of The Simpsons? Like a few years after The Simpsons, he just went, I don't have time. Sort of thing?
I mean, he was older. At that point, he's like, I don't want to hang around here too long. He had he did news radio after that, and he had a lot of options. And
I think it was more news radio because he was a regular on news radio, and he would just do bit parts on The Simpsons. So,
right.
Yeah,
I'm sorry, I've taken you off track here.
That's okay.
I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Let's get back to your clip.
No, but that led me to the idea for that show and Depp hosting Saturday Night Live, and we're gonna literally write an episode on the show.
Thank you for indulging me, though.
Thank you for joining us.
Segment, I guess it was.
This is Lady Blue. This is a drama show, cheesy drama show in 1985 that he did while in between movies.
So far, this night's been dismal. Gotta be just right.
Whatever you say, Josh. I mean, you know that I'll go along with whatever you say.
After the first induction, we'll stop it.
Yeah.
Now that looks just about right.
I don't know, Josh. Come on, let's just skip it this time.
Just do as I told you, understand? You just do it in the same way. All right.
Now, as cheesy as this show is,
it's great to.
Bon, you're echoing in the back. I think it's a reverb.
And wow, we didn't. I don't think we got Saturday Night Live here back then.
Somebody's got a reverb in the background.
It's not me.
At the start, I was like,
it's not.
I think
me.
it's Bon.
About the chicken.
Yeah, I'm muted, so it's not me.
So
okay.
It'll hurt him, and I actually laughed.
That was Depp scooping her out into the van. That's Sarah's dream.
No, this actually, that reminds me of like a book I read about the I-5 killer. He would terrorize nighttime cleaning crews, so that's all I was thinking during that.
I muted Bond, but I don't
Yeah,
know.
it was Bon. Yeah, I mean,
Did he mute himself?
Maybe he doesn't know, or maybe he muted himself. I don't know.
I think he muted himself because I can't unmute him. So I think it was him.
Jesus, I'm sorry. I just had a malfunction.
That's okay.
The whole
That's
thing
okay.
went. It was like looping in my ears. I'm so sorry. We'll edit that out.
Okay, so let's assume now with
all
Lady
goes in.
Blue, right? Would you have watched Lady Blue with or without him? A show like this. This is just really quick. I don't think we need to linger on this one.
Hell no.
I'm gonna say I would watch it because as kids we watched everything back then. Every show that was on, we had so few options, and I probably would have. I wouldn't have known him, but I would have probably watched this show. Just here and there would have come across it because you watched everything in those years.
Yeah.
I'm gonna say no.
Kathy, go ahead.
I'm gonna say no.
That's a no. Okay. No, you just wouldn't have. It would have. Lady Blue wouldn't have. Like, that's like, female girl power and girl empowerment back then. Like, how this crazy female officer. Kathy really was a female officer. Sarah?
I watched a lot of crap as a child. That's crap. No.
Oh, okay. I'm not saying I would have been a regular viewer. I say I would have seen it here and there because we just had so few options. I wouldn't have been as discernible, or I wouldn't have been, that choosy back then. Just going on, my
We
late.
grew up with 3 stations: ABC, NBC, CBS,
Right.
and they all went off at midnight.
Rick the Electrician has a good. It's like a heart-to-heart kind of feel.
No, Heart to Heart was miles above that in quality.
I'm not saying it's not better, but he's right. It is a feel. It's like it's going for that opening.
How dare you?
Like
Heart to
Stephanie
Heart is
Powers.
great.
I know it's. I'm not saying it's better than that, and neither is he. He's saying it feels like it. It feels like they're going for that.
I would have watched. I would have watched for the St. Elmo's Fire style, then I would have turned it off.
It's so cheesy though. It's fun. Like you can goof on it today. And David had an idea for his show to do where you review pilots that never go over the years.
Yeah, because a lot of them are on YouTube. Yeah,
that's a good idea, right, Bon?
Yeah, I love it.
And some of them are great, and some of them, like, I can see why this wasn't picked up. And then you go over, some of them are on YouTube, and some of them you hear about. And you just go over, the ones that never. Some of them can have really big names in it. The A-Team band, right, fellow?
Well, and also like, getting back to George Clooney, he did like 1 million pilots that didn't go. To find all of those, and even just especially with sitcoms, like some of them are so predictable. Like they set up in the pilot episode, like, it's like a moonlighting thing. Like, these characters hate each other now, but they're going to fall in love. Their plan is for them to fall in love by season 3,
Right.
you know, had the show lasted.
And they
So
say
I think
that
that would be fascinating.
You make every show, I mean, you act like it's the first time someone's watching it all the time. So even when you're on the 15th episode of something, you're like, we have to act like somebody's tuning in for the first time. And you give exposition and all that stuff. Face from the A-Team, Pella. It's got such an A-Team van feel to it. Rick the electrician goes, kid toucher van. Exactly what that is. How do you not think that when you see that van pulling up?
Totally.
Depp is an info Myers. I think Depp is an info on Myers-Briggs.
INFP. It's a personality test. Yeah.
Okay. Bond doesn't have an account. All right. So Lady Blue is, you know, the consensus is you just kind of, it's one of those cheesy shows you might have seen on TV, but you're not going to go out of your way to watch it. It's probably a no. I'm going with. Our next project he does is Slow Burn. Does anybody know Slow Burn? Slow Burn is a movie that came out on Showtime. It did not come out in the theaters. It has quite an interesting cast of Eric Roberts and Beverly D'Angelo. And instead of showing you the trail, I'll show you. Well, this is the trailer. Depp is not in the trailer, and I'll show you the trailer really quick, and I'll show you Depp's scenes because he's only in it.
In any way in the kidnapping of Donnie Fleischer?
Eric Roberts.
No.
Beverly D'Angelo. Slow Burn.
A call came in around 3 a.m. Donnie's voice, probably recording, said for Fleischer to have...
His name's Donnie, by the way, in the movie, and they're talking about him here. He's a main cog in the movie, but he's only in it briefly.
$500,000 ready for tonight.
Roberts is a private eye whose first case might turn out to be his last.
You know where he is, don't you,
Jordan.
Pam?
Those sneakers
turn
are
out to
Depp.
be
We'll see why.
his last.
You know where he is, don't you, Pam? Tell me what you know.
I know nothing, okay?
Take the money to the Indian Fairgrounds. Bring anyone with you and I'll kill Donnie. This is it, that's right.
Simon?
Roberts discovers that even in the rich desert community of Palm Springs, a man can have everything and yet have nothing at all.
I have more money! I only have one son!
Oh, shit. This is absolute
There's
crap.
Mrs. Griswold. It's
Eric, my God, Eric was owned the 90s for this crap. How many movies did you see? Those bad thriller, drama thrillers that he was in and they were all like straight to video.
You know, he's in Pope of Greenwich Village. He gets a lot of praise, oddly, from people, but he's got such a creepy acting style. It's such a bizarre speech cadence he has, an accent. It's almost Walken-esque in a way.
Yes, he chews the scenery. You know, it's all slowed. I know exactly what you mean.
I'm going to play a scene with him and Depp in a bit, and you're going to see how weird he is. Like, you could never get away. Could you imagine when you watch this scene, picture going into an acting audition and doing what Eric Roberts does, and someone would go, what the fuck are you doing? What is
Those
this?
Those bug eyes don't help.
Where are you from? What is that accent? How do you get an accent like this? Please, somebody explain. So this is Eric Roberts. So Slow Burn. By the way, Emily Longstreth is in that. If you noticed, she's also in Private Resort. Isn't that crazy? They both in a. How much you want to bet they had a fling? We have to ask
yes. Yep.
We have to ask our Lorianne Allison, Kathy, if he had a fling with Emily Longstreth. I believe he did.
I wonder if they had the same agent.
That's another great point. Nicolas Cage is his original agent, and Nicolas Cage introduced him to his first agent, and that's how he got all this stuff. And I want to go back a little bit to Nightmare on Elm Street. The actor Nick Corey, who was Rod, part of the group of teens, he told a great story about Depp. He said that he got offered a movie called Gotcha. Johnny Depp got offered the movie Gotcha, which is another teen movie. So he's reading the script. They gave him an offer during Nightmare on Elm Street. He's like, nah, that's okay. I'm not doing this. And he gave it to Nick Corey, who went on to get the role. That supposedly that's like ridiculously rare that somebody would just go at that stage in their career when you're sort of broke and hungry. You're like,
Right.
nah, that's okay. He gave the screenplay to Nick Corey. And he told his agent to give it to him. That's crazy.
Interesting.
Nick Corey told this story. I just read this somewhere, and when I was doing research for this.
So this Showtime movie with Eric Roberts is kind of like a made-for-TV Chinatown almost. It's very like noir-y. Okay. Yeah.
And I remember when it came out, I kept seeing like, what the hell is Slow Burn? Like you couldn't. It was in those days. There's no on demand. I don't think you could rent that because it was a Showtime movie, and I'm just like waiting for it. And at some point, I had Showtime briefly, and they aired it again, and that's how I watched it for the first time. It was like 89 or something when I finally got to see it. But yeah, that was there was no way to see that thing. So Slow Burn. I'm gonna say that's a no for everybody, right? I mean, do I have to even?
No. Yeah.
It's a no. I've never heard of it. Wow.
No Eric Roberts fans here. I mean, I might say this. I was a huge fan of the original Vacation movies. So I might have seen stuff if Beverly D'Angelo was in it.
Yeah, I always confuse Beverly D'Angelo with Kathy Moriarty too.
They look
when I was younger, and they both have like flinty, almost like smoker voices, and yeah.
Was Al Pacino ever married to Beverly D'Angelo, or were they just like Depp and Vanessa Paradis were?
No, they just had twins.
They had twins. Oh my God, that's right. I always say the weirdest relationship in Hollywood history is Al Pacino and Rose McGowan. That to me, I can't understand how that went down. That's so funny.
It's like looking in a mirror.
They're so relatable. It's so much to talk about.
Of course,
God damn it, the commonalities never stop. Josh Foster goes, did the Asian woman take the garbage into the van with her when she got pulled into the van?
It's like a comedy sketch.
I gotta watch it again. Cagney and Lacey, heart to heart, right? Lady Blue has that feeling.
Yeah.
Back in the blue. I know you're not going to be able to get the song out of your mind. Dubby, would you like to compose that? Back in the blue, the power's in you.
Take me back the future's almost fire. Sorry, it's almost fire.
The chick from Vanderpump. Who's the ice princess broad? The boring vanilla Molly Plain Jane, who's not really attractive on that show. She's not. She's the ex-girlfriend of Tom something or other. Schwartz.
Katie?
Oh, Katie?
The actress's name was that just now in Lady Blue.
Was
Mahoney.
it?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Same name.
God,
Same exact
I'm
name.
so out of it.
I'd never seen her in anything after that. I'm sure she was in stuff, but our next project is, so that's going to be a no. I mean, for Slow Burn, right? We're gonna go with no. This is Depp's scene in Slow Burn. Just really quick.
Hi.
Hi.
Is Emily
How you doing?
Now, Kathy, is that not Lori-Ann Allison hair? I am 100% sure she styled him for this, and he has that shirt he has that kind of like sort of rodeo bowling shirt. Eric Roberts is kind of wearing like a baseball jersey.
I spent the whole day shopping, but I finally found them.
Air Jordans.
Oh, this is great. All right.
I'm taking
Yeah, I would say so.
Oh, okay.
No doubt about it.
Bye.
It's also Platoon hair because he's going to do Platoon, I think, right after this.
Because she said he had the mullet.
Yeah, that's a cool do for the time. That's 1985, 86. I believe 85 is when they filmed this scene.
See ya.
Oh, this is Mr. Ash.
You know what? They got married in 83?
Yeah. Yep. And they were a year and a half together considered married.
To do ethics, right?
Ethics. What are ethics?
You're not doing your job very well.
So I guess he's a college student here, not in high school. There's no ethics in high school, right? They don't have ethics class in high school.
Yeah, no.
He's on some nebulous campus, and Beverly D'Angelo is playing his mom.
What the hell was he thinking of doing this for?
He
didn't
no
need
choice.
to do this.
Oh, he did need to do it. Back then, he didn't have any options.
He
This
need
is
to
just
be paid.
Take whatever you can get.
This is pre-Jumpstreet, right?
This is pre-Jumpstreet.
Yeah, okay.
He's like, I think he probably say, if he talked about this movie, he'd be like, oh no, I always wanted to work with Eric Roberts from, you know, I guarantee he would say that. I know I loved Greenwich Village with Mickey Rourke and Eric, and I always wanted to. I guarantee he would say that because I do remember him listing Eric Roberts as one of his favorite actors.
I wanted to ask Beverly about what it was like to work with Chevy Chase.
Let's see if listen to Eric Roberts' acting
Got a
style.
point.
A pleasure, Mr. Ash.
Didn't she have the big fancy house?
Who?
Her in this movie.
I don't remember the house, but I think you're right. I think she lived in like some. She was like some exotic widow with like a big house.
It looks familiar.
That's a great shot. The Air Jordans draped around Depp's shoulder on the right. Those are the original #1s Air Jordans that came out, which was the sign of teen privilege if you had those.
This movie was funded by Air Jordans. Like, they don't even care about the plot.
I wonder if there was a product placement here. That's a good question. I would hope they let him keep the sneakers too. That's a question, Kathy, for Lori Allison. Did Depp keep the Air Jordans from Slow Burn, and does he still have them? It doesn't matter if he still has them. She won't know that. But did he keep the Air Jordans from Slow Burn? That's a definitive question I'm going to ask him.
We know at one point he started keeping stuff from movies, but we don't know how soon.
If these were tailored for his foot size, I hope. Good God, I've got to know that. That might be my #1 question.
He would probably say,
"You better make you a list."
I know. You're on a tight ship, Kathy. You're on a really tight ship. Look at Eric. So watch this. So Eric Roberts is stalking Donnie. I guess this is college. It could be high school. I want to say it's college.
Hey, Donnie. You remember me, right?
Yeah, get your fucking hands off.
I saw this.
So you saw this?
I saw this.
You saw it later or when it aired?
It was later, but I saw it.
Okay. You remember this scene? Maybe you just saw this scene and you didn't see the whole thing. No, it sounds like you did see the whole thing because you remember.
I think she has money and she has this big, nice house.
No, you're right. She's a rich widow. You're right. You're absolutely right about that. I think you're spot on. I can't remember the house too well, but she is in some kind of mansion.
Yeah.
I heard about last night. I'm sorry.
No, he knows she's right because he's obviously playing like a rich kid because the Air Jordans are the symbol of privilege back then. If you had those the year it came out.
I love the writers of this being like, okay, so your character's name is Donnie Depp, you know?
Donnie Depp. I think his last name's Fleischer, which is
Okay.
Jewish, isn't it? There's no way he's a Jew. But they just gave him the last name Fleischer, I believe. Yeah, Fleischer. I'm right.
Lazy writers. You know.
It's just lazy, right?
Job.
Maybe you should find another job.
You got a point, my man. Look, I've gone lots of guys paying me. And if I don't find him, I don't get paid.
Am I crazy or do I need closed caption subtitles to understand Eric Roberts' dialogue?
What is he? What accent?
I
is
don't
he
know,
trying to
Bon.
put- Is that
He's from
a
America.
Texas
I swear to you.
accent? Is he
I swear
trying
to
to do there or something?
He's from America. Could you imagine going into an audition with this acting style today and seeing what would
No,
happen
he's
to you?
slow and there's no enthusiasm. This is fascinating though because I've never seen it. It's bad.
It's
bad.
so right.
Like Nick Nolte isn't this bad.
Nice. But
Well, this is the first time you've done this?
Yeah. You see, I'm a reporter, but I fucked up, and this is what I got.
Oh, God.
I'm late.
Look at that hair, Kathy. Look at that. Lori Allison masterpiece.
Looks great in that hair.
what did he actually say then? I'm a reporter, but I fucked up.
Yes,
So this
that's
is
exactly
what
it.
I've got.
I can't believe you understood that.
Who wrote this shit?
I'm watching this for the 15th time, and I still don't understand what he says.
He's going to go jump in the Jeep with her and take off.
Doreen Morgan goes,
I know I've seen this.
That's exactly right. I love that you know this. He goes. Dory Moore goes. It's a Southern California accent, but he has a huge fat tongue, so you sound like a stoner. That's as good a rationalization as I can think of. Yeah, Pellel. That's Dan Hedaya, Carla's husband on Cheers, who's also in Benny and June. Because Benny, I'll get fired.
Listen, Donnie, have you seen McMurtry?
Yeah, that guy came around last night, and I heard him and Laney talking. And then
Look at the hair, Kathy. That is a Lori Allison masterpiece. Masterpiece. He should go to. He should have used that in the trial, in the Fairfax trial.
No.
Did they?
No.
That would have been so good. Go ahead, Bob.
Did they set this up? Who was the cinematographer? Because he's got the sun in his eyes. He's squinting. Yeah. You think they would move it so he can open his eyes a bit more? This is bad. I'm loving it.
The director's guy named Matthew Chapman.
Okay, look at the little baby
really
face
quick,
on
let's
him.
see what he's gone on to do. He's directed 15. Well, no, he directed 6 things in his life, and he has. Let's see if there's anything big. Matthew Chapman, Nothing You Would Know. Literally, Slow Burn is the biggest thing he's done. I don't know how guys like this subsist, make a living still. Is this his?
No, he would have got a job in another part of the industry, I guess.
He's a writer on 16 things, and each one of them is worse than the next. I don't know how you subsist in Hollywood with this resume.
You know what's creepy? I'm on IMDb for this as well. The only quote listed on IMDb is the scene we just watched.
Because he's in it.
Yeah, right.
And you know they updated that because he's in it.
Right.
Dad came downstairs to see who it was, and it got pretty nasty.
Johnny, hurry up!
Did he say anything about where it was going?
Oh my God!
Dad choking it to death? No.
Right after he jumps in the
talking about
Brian. He was blaming her for it, you know? I could have forgave him everything else, but I mean, that was cold.
It was your son.
Yeah, I know, he was some father.
Father.
You can hear, as you bring up a good mock there, David, you can hear the Miramar in his accent a little bit there, right? Just a little tinge of Southern accent, a little bit.
What? It sounded like a Penhall fake Brooklyn thing, father.
I think he was trying to fuse, because all his friends are from New York and Florida. So I think he's trying to fuse, like, a lot of these young actors go to Hollywood and they think they have to do this kind of like mobster, fake, almost like New York blackface kind of accent to get roles, because everybody loves De Niro and Pacino back then, and they all the same kind of idols.
I'll tell you what I'll do. 2 for $5.
He does that in Arizona Dream. He mocks Vincent Gallo for doing that. Tonecock goes, honestly, if I was struggling actor hurting for work, I'd do Showtime with Eric Roberts, Slow Burn.
Of
I
course.
just pray some podcasters decades later wouldn't bring it up.
Of course they will. There are no secrets.
That's a great post.
Thought my dad was an asshole.
Asshole.
It's okay.
Best turn. Asshole.
So you take it easy.
Yeah.
Doesn't Eric Roberts come off as a sociopath in this?
Yeah.
Kathy, like you could care less about this. He's in general, actually.
You too.
I love this. I love the floppy gray sweat. Only Depp could pull this style off, right? He's got floppy gray sweatpants on and a gray and a dress shirt and Air Jordans untied, and only he could pull this off.
I wonder if I could find this neighborhood in Palm Springs. Palm Springs is about 3 hours away from me.
This is my slow burn walking through arena. This is the spot where Johnny Depp and Eric Roberts.
I would so do something like that.
It's so LA though, the palm trees in the background. It just feels.
It's very
like my Long
Southern
Island
California.
teenage vision of what Southern California is this scene.
Yeah.
You know what? I would actually love you guys, you and David, to actually get the script for this scene and read it live, because that was a crap scene. I mean, you guys would.
I got to work on my Eric Roberts voice.
Yeah.
I think I could get it out. I remember like watching this and going, "What is the?" and everybody was making a big deal over Eric Roberts when I first. I'm like, oh my god, this guy's. And I was afraid to say how bad he was because I thought there was some cool. You know what these actors are thought of as cool, and you can't like. What am I looking at? Like Mickey Rourke gets that same praise he does, in a way.
Yes,
And
yeah,
it's sort of
back
going.
then,
I don't get it. He's Julia Roberts' older brother, for Christ's sake. Isn't he Emma Roberts' husband, father?
Father, yeah.
Do you know Emma Roberts it was in Blow. That's Depp's daughter in Blow.
Oh, God,
wow.
Isn't that crazy connection? She was Christina Sunshine Young in the movie Blow.
When you say that, I think I did know. I knew Emma Roberts was related to Julia. I didn't know it was through Eric though. But that makes sense. They have similar eyes and stuff like that.
Isn't Eric at 10 years older than Julia?
I'll look it up.
I know he's considerably older than she is.
He's 67.
She's 57, right? 56, 57.
She is 55. So
okay.
He's like 12 years older. Yeah.
Yeah, Tone Cot's right. The Jordans Depp has are worth so much money. Could you imagine selling Air Jordans Johnny Depp wore on eBay right now? Like basically not even. It probably there's no wear and tear on them at all.
Right.
What you get for that?
If he signed them on the side or something, hell, and they were like mint in the box with this, shit, that would be it'd be hard to sell it, although they're probably worth like 5,000 more. What are we talking? 5,
I agree with you. I think it's, how would you appraise that, Sarah? Air Jordans Depp wore on
I couldn't pick out, mint Air Jordans out of a lineup, so you tell me. I don't know.
What's the term they use for that? Authenticate or authenticate?
Yeah, they have to authenticate.
Right. If they could prove it and you knew these are his, he'll back it up. Bon, I'm going to say, oh my God, this is crazy. The chat can certainly weigh in. I'm going to say 15 grand.
Fuck.
God damn.
Johnny Depp's original Air Jordans.
What year was this movie done in?
85, 86.
So
86 it came out.
You're looking at how many times he moved before he finally bought a place. So he probably don't know where any of that stuff's at.
No,
I don't know.
He would have just worn them for months and then thrown them out probably.
I still want an answer from
Or
Maury
he
Allison.
said to a friend when they were high, sitting in a circle, I hate corporate America, and he lit him on fire.
I think Dustin Gwen probably made this when he was a kid.
Sweatshop back in the
in a sweatshop. He was in Platoon. He would know, right? I mean, a private learner would know what the sweatshops were. He was there. Depp would have out-rebounded Arm in those days. Think again, Josh. Think again. Think again. I'd box him out back to Miramar. He wouldn't get one. He might get a rebound that bounced outside 30 feet. Think again. He actually gets a couple of rebounds in the Jumpstreet episode with the steroid episode that Casey's going to hopefully watch with us. Air Jordans were a dime a dozen back then. Yeah, but they were expensive though, Dorian. They were. I remember them being $130 when they came out, and that's the sign of a rich kid having those, and that's what they're going for. Because Kathy's right. They lived in like a mansion. You can't play soccer in Air Jordans, Tone Cod says. Exactly right. What is he with the soccer ball? He's just such a stupid. It's such like a dumb.
Those aren't cleats. Yeah.
Give him a soccer ball and he's playing with it. It's an acting decision. This is the beginning of men's. This is Rick the Electrician. This is the beginning of men's hair being super important in Hollywood. Roberts, Depp, Pitt, Cruz, Slater, all great hair. Yes. Christian Slater's hair in Bon Jovial's Saturday Night Live episodes is something to wonder at too. The slick back Nicholson hair he's going for. Ice.
So look, using the online inflation calculator, which I absolutely love using these things, that $130 you said is about $360 these days that those shoes would have cost back then.
That's what they charge for Jordans
back.
now. Yes.
Jeez.
Think about how rich Michael Jordan is on the markup of these shoes.
Right.
Remember the old line from him, even Republicans buy sneakers. So they asked him where he was politically. He goes, "Oh, I'm not telling you. Republicans buy sneakers too."
Oh, that's that's brilliant.
I swear to God, that's a Jordan
for him.
line.
Wow.
Ice Johnny. Does he look like Robbie Van Winkle in that, Sarah? Vanilla Ice?
No, he doesn't have the lines shaped in the side of his head.
Oh, he does in Public Enemies.
Yes.
There's a big
Does he?
Z in Public Enemies.
It's an X where he gets shot.
Is it an X?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, go set. Classic Sarah there. She shut you down, John.
Difficult to do.
Is it an?
It
It's it's supposed to symbolize John Dillinger getting shot in the head.
That's where he got shot.
Hey, Kathy, would you sit in on the Public Enemies watch along? Because there's so much prison in that. He's in and out of jail.
Yeah.
And it sounds like
I like
Louisiana.
Public Enemies.
I do too.
It's a good movie.
I do too. People, it's not everybody loves it. Bon Jovial hates it.
I didn't like it. I love Michael Mann's movies, so I was expecting it to be just a lot lot better. It
Don't bring up Michael Mann to David.
Yeah, I gotta get
Michael
going.
Mann.
So
What?
I have to go. I told
Okay,
you I
you can
couldn't.
only go if you sing Happy Birthday to.
No, let's get through
Ah.
Platoon,
Sing
and
it
I'm gonna
slowly,
go.
too. Sing
Will
it
you
slow.
at least throw a smoke pellet and grapple out of here on the ground?
Okay, I'll do it right now. See ya.
All right, Sarah. Thank you very much.
Bye, bye, everybody.
Yep.
Bye, Sarah.
Bye.
Our next film, which I believe is an actual film, is Platoon.
There you go.
Platoon. This thing has really launched him onto superstardom. Nicolas Cage's agent got him this, and you'll see the same hairdo he had in Slow Burn for Private Gator. Gator is his first name, Lerner, and it's only said once. Charlie Sheen says Gator at the end of the movie, and it's really tough to hear. This is Platoon's trailer. Yes, Rick.
In 19
Depp's gum chewing, because he's such a chain smoker. I think the gum chewing is to satiate the cigarettes. You know, he's sort of like, it's probably Nicorette gum.
Address the oral fixation to break the habit.
Yes, this picture you see here is Oliver Stone's original Platoon. Oliver Stone's in the middle.
Oh,
Right here.
yeah.
Yep.
There it is.
1967, Oliver Stone was a combat infantryman in Vietnam. During his
And
tour, he
the
received
score
a
in this
Bronze
is great.
Star for gallantry.
Yeah, it's
10 years later,
piece
in
by
Hollywood,
Samuel Barber.
he was picking up an Oscar for the screenplay of Midnight Express. Now he has another story to tell, a movie that grew out of his own experience. Stone has come a long way from Vietnam, but he
That's
has
a lightning
not
shot.
left it behind.
Public domain. Public domain.
Fair use. We own the Vietnam War. We own.
I own Smokey Robinson. I own Platoon. I own Oliver Stone's work. I own the military.
I own the Vietnam War.
Tracks of my public domain.
The first real casualty of war.
Forrest Whitaker, you've done it again. All right, I don't want to go nuts with the Smokey Robinson music. So you see the trailer. Let's start with Let's start with Rodney. Every neophyte actor has to do a newsy accent. Yes, newsy is a great word. That's exactly. Remember Max Casella? Was he from Doogie Howser?
Oh,
He was
yeah,
also
yeah,
in
yeah.
Ed Wood. That's the accent.
Yeah,
Even with
very
Southern
true.
California backdrop, Canadian Canuck Ryan Gosling has made a career out of it. Yes. Well said, Rodney, and thank you. Welcome back, sir. Let's start with Bon Jovial. Would you see a movie like Platoon if Johnny Depp wasn't in it? He's not in it much.
Yeah, that's the thing. I think everyone will probably agree that with a movie like that, just Oliver Stone, just over the top of it, and the other much more famous actors makes it irrelevant. Really, I would have just gone, oh, this is going to be it's Oliver Stone, so it's going to be epic. So no, I wouldn't have been like, 'cause I don't know if he's at the end of that trailer. Do they have his name even in that trailer? Or
No.
See, it's hard to say. I don't know.
If I had to list a call sheet on that, I bet you he's about 12th, maybe.
There you go.
If that. So that's a no. So that's a no from you. Would you see Platoon though? Would you see it without him? A war movie like this?
That's yeah.
Okay,
Back
you would.
then, yeah. I'm sick of war movies now. Like,
Yeah, now it's that and boxing movies. I don't need to see another boxing movie ever again.
Yeah, exactly. I didn't want to see a boxing movie again after $1 Million Baby.
Yeah, that
long
would be
time
my
ago.
limit too. That's a good cutoff.
Cinderella Man was my limit.
Cinderella Man's a cutoff.
Yeah.
Let's go with David next. David, would you see Platoon on its
Yeah,
own?
I just to keep up with, the cinephile thing of like, let me see the prestige movies of a year. I would see it just to see it and say that I saw it. I'm not a huge war movie fan, but just with all the hype around it and it's a Best Picture winner, I would have seen it just to keep up with my dates. So,
Kathy,
I would see it, but because of the music.
Wow, that's an interesting answer.
Interesting. Yeah.
You like the?
I like music in a movie will draw me to it faster than anything.
Wow, there's not a lot of you that admit to that. I don't know if I've ever seen a movie because of the music. I don't even want to see musicals because of the music. I mean, like I brought up a part of the inspiration for this was something like Sweeney Todd or Crybaby, which I never would have seen if he wasn't in it. And I know that's sacrilegious for David because he loves.
I still have
Steven
not
Sound.
seen Sweeney Todd.
You should see it. You should see it. You should see it. You should at least watch along for it. Yeah. He's so good in that. I couldn't believe how good a job he did.
Well, and there are some movies that are just known because of their soundtracks, like Big Chill or Breakfast Club, or
Yep.
The soundtrack outlives the movie.
No doubt. Reality Bites.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's a perfect example.
The music is more than the movie is.
Sometimes, yeah. David, I mean, you guys rattled off some good ones there. Sometimes the music upstages the movie. Often, sometimes you don't even remember the movie and you remember the music. There's a lot. That's a good. I don't know if that fits a Deppening, but that's a good separate podcast of something independent of this. Just where movies that the music upstages the movie. The soundtrack upstages.
Yeah, when you talk about a movie like this where you want to take people back to a time,
yes,
you anchoring it with the music of that time works. It takes you there straight away. It's great.
Kathy, are you also talking about the score? The background music that David was talking about, the composer? Or are you talking about the soundtrack?
The soundtrack.
Hearing the
soundtrack
hits in there. Yeah.
Like, I only know that Three Dog Night, Jeremiah Was a Bullfrog song because of the Big Chill. And I don't, I don't know, and I don't think of the movie either. I just think of that song,
And I love the Big Trio soundtrack.
Yeah, it's a great soundtrack.
Smokey Robinson, again, like with that, and he, Tears of a Clown is a brilliant song. It really just couldn't personify the plight of a comedian, right? The what's underneath it. That's a really good song, really deep. And on an episode of 21 Jump Street, I might add, to portray Doug Penhall's pathos in the Suicide episode with Brad Pitt's in. He's hitting a heavy bag, and that's playing as he's hitting it. And Hanson walks in on him and says, "Why aren't you dressed, Doug?" Like, where are we going? So that was Tears of a Clown is playing when he's doing that.
Wow.
You knew when Dorian Morgan said, everybody had Air Jordans then, you threw them out when they got old. I didn't throw them out. I would kind of use them as like outdoor basketball sneakers. It took a lot for me to throw sneakers out and to really wear them into the ground.
Jesus Christ, $560K.
Hillel says, the first generation Air Jordan sold at an auction for $560,000.
I can't
now imagine
believe
Johnny
this.
Depp wearing them.
I can't believe that. I like watching porn stars, and you know how much they'd offer. I can't believe someone would pay that much. Like you'd think offer if someone wanted 500,000, you think that the offer would be like 200 or 300. I can't believe someone bought them. I'm sure it's true. It's unbelievable. See, that's sad. Whoever bought them, I don't care if you're a billionaire. If that that you should be giving that money to charity or something.
If you
instead
can
of buying
afford
a
that,
fucking
right?
pair of shoes.
Catch yourself in the middle of it. And go, what am I doing? Let me.
Yeah,
give this
and
to
maybe
charity.
they do give 500,000 to charity as well. So if they do that as well, that's all right. But
It's amazing how much loose money there is in this country, though. Like people will do that.
So basically, the $560K was the budget on that Showtime movie.
That's probably right. That's probably exactly right.
Or less. Who knows? Like, I mean, good God, that was.
What does an Eric Roberts get paid for that? Like, what does a Beverly D'Angelo, who's hot on the Vacation movies, which she's a pretty big star at that time.
Yeah,
Everybody knew.
I mean, again, if you're doing something for Showtime, which I feel like was not that big a contender to HBO, I wonder if you're just working for scale. Like this is just like a little summer play money for me or something.
Yeah, like $1,000 an hour or $500 an hour or something like that. Yeah.
You watch that movie, it couldn't possibly have taken more. See, that's a great question for Lori Allison, Kathy. What did Depp make off Slow Burn? I don't think it's intrusive at all. I mean,
no. I don't think she would know.
Oh, I know. She might. I bet you. Her memory will surprise you. I think.
Yeah.
It's worth a shot.
It
right?
wouldn't have been expensive. Like they probably shot it in 2-3 weeks or something crazy. Like they just churn it like a bad TV show. You know.
The same thing. I can't take much more than shooting an episode of Lady Blue. Right.
Well, what do you say? He started off at like $1,284 a week or something.
That was for Nightmare. That's exactly right. That's Nightmare on Elm Street salary. That's right. So it's got to be in that range.
It was $96 a week.
And you look at that scene we watched, like that's a take that I would have said, okay, we'll get a few more takes, and can you give it some damn life, guys? You know,
it couldn't have taken Depp himself more than 2 days to shoot that.
Oh, well, the money that they had, they just went, that's fine. That's a take. They just did one take probably. Yeah. So if you screwed up the words, they'd stop. Any other thing, they'd just be like, it's fine. That's what they like. And Depp must be terribly embarrassed.
Palm Springs is also probably cheaper to shoot in than Los Angeles proper because it's out in the desert. It's a lot of showbiz retirees, like Bob Hope retired there, and so not, they all have these ranch houses there. So I'm sure it's super cheap to film there too.
Right. Yeah. Rick the electrician says that is Palm Springs, or he thinks it. I mean, I don't know how you could look at that and confirm, but I trust that you both.
The mountains. That's how I could tell. Yeah.
Rodney says, don't know what the movie is. Looks like The Dark Side of Bayside High. Is Eric Roberts playing Dark Belding? Who's Screech? Depp is Sack. That's a good idea. That's a really funny idea.
Very creative comment really there.
I'm rereading. Okay, so on Platoon, I have not answered my Platoon question, right? I haven't got it. Yes, I would probably. I mean, I think I'm lukewarm on war movies. Like I'm kind of tired of them at this point. But back then, I think it was such a classic movie. I would at some point have seen it. I did like Charlie Sheen for a long time. I was a Charlie Sheen fan. I think I would have gone and seen it. I'm positive I wouldn't have seen it. When I first saw Platoon, it was because Depp was in it. So, of course, I pulled the same move I did with Private Resort, except I wasn't embarrassed to rent Platoon like I was with Private Resort. So I went and seen it, and I couldn't believe how little he was in it. It was unbelievable. I'm like, what? That's it? Because I would read his biography, and it would say Platoon in his biography. And I'm like, what? That huge movie with Charlie Sheen? And I went and watched it, and I couldn't believe he's in it for 5 minutes.
Jesus. I was fascinated with what you said earlier about you'd take the tape out of the video cassette box and switch it. In Australia, we didn't do that. When you went in the video shop, it was all the empty boxes with and when you take the VHS, the box, empty box up to the counter, and they'd have drawers full of VHSs numbered, and they'd open the drawer and pick the number out and put the tape in.
The guy
you could
didn't look
never-
at the
it was-
movie. He would just take it out and put it in like another for you, and so he didn't look at it. He just was. They do it so much they get so jaded by it. They just like, oh, whatever, and just slapped it into the thing. He didn't care enough to like look at the.
I would have loved that. Like we had to have on our account at the video shop a thing that my mum or dad had to call up when you made membership at the video shop, and they'd say, he's 10 years old, but we want him to be allowed to get movies if it's an action movie, it can be rated R or NC 17 or whatever.
Let me ask you a question. What's creepier, renting Private Resort at 15 or at 25? Like, I don't even know what's worse. Like you slapped it on the counter to a video clerk, and he's like looking at you like, what is this guy? You know how embarrassing that is at any age. Like there's no good way to rent that movie. There's no age that's good enough. I think it might be creepier older renting that.
I remember going to like non-chain video stores, and like there was a back room for the porn.
Yes,
like it was like a whole separate section divided by like saloon doors. You know, like swinging saloon doors.
We had exactly the same thing, and I could never go in, and I was always like, oh my god, that's where all the weird. Oh wow,
right.
This is worse. This is like fake. This is
condoned
faux porn, right?
Yeah.
This is condoned. Like this is even worse. I can't even get that.
But I could never, if I was 18, but back then, to go into that saloon door and actually get one, take it up to I could never have done that. I don't care if it was a girl or a guy at the counter. I could never walk up with a porn
it's
cassette. I don't know how people did it. I'd be so embarrassed. And I'm sure but it would have been awkward.
I'm sure this has been made fun of in sketch form before in some way, but that'd be really fun, especially where the video clerk just drills you on the movie. You know, like he just won't. All you want to do is get it and get out of there. You don't want repartee or dialogue or to linger and all this guy won't let you get out of there, and you have to explain the intricate private resort plot points and stuff. And
you put up the porn tape, and he goes, Chuck Smith directed this one.
He's talking about the
There's
director.
a couple more in
the
back in the
cinematography.
saloon room.
The lighting isn't as good in this one.
The musical score. The musical score in Private Resort is this thing. Throughout the whole thing, I could never get it out of my head for forever. He was like, ooh ah, ooh ah, ooh ah. Every time there's like a chase scene, they play this throughout the whole thing.
Classic classic
Ooh ah, ooh ah.
The video clerk says really loudly, like so everyone can hear, like, you're renting Eternal Sunshine of a Spotless Behind, are you?
Oh, nice. Holy crap.
You've Got Tail with Tom Spanks.
Oh my god.
These are ones I made up.
Drive this, Miss Daisy.
I'm trying to think of one, but I can't. I'm not even going to try because it can't compete.
What's the
Ice Action. Was that you, John?
What's that?
Did you just take a swig? Because I got some.
No, I didn't.
Oh, that was me. That was me. I'm sorry.
You. Oh, you're on the ice. No, I want you to be on the ice. I love it. Wow, you got.
The other one I remember creating was Snatch Adams with Robin Williams.
That
was the other one.
Great one.
Tone Cut says, I would see Platoon if Depp wasn't in it, but if Kevin Dillon, the Johnny Drama, wasn't in it, it would be a solid no. God, Kevin Dillon in that. You know, he was in. I can't wait to do this. The Platoon band was fronted by Corey Glover of Living Color, who is Danny Glover's nephew. Corey Glover, the lead singer of Living Color. Which was...
I need to correct you on that. He's not. That's a myth. I'm sorry.
They're not related?
Nah. I checked. I remember you said it a while ago. No.
Why has that been floated for years and years? It's just we wanted it to be true.
Yeah.
Is there any nepotism at all with Corey Glover and film?
Nah.
Nothing, huh? Okay.
I checked. But Living Color were a great band.
I love Living Color. I saw them live 3 times. The most I've ever seen one band.
They're touring here soon, right now. So they're still going.
True story. I saw them at Shea Stadium in New York and left. They opened for the Rolling Stones, and I left after Living Color played. I didn't see
I love it. You are a champ. You'll go to movies and leave after the scenes with Depp. You know that. I respect that. I've gone and seen bands, and once they've played all of the songs I want, I'm like, oh, I'm going. If it's 30 minutes just to and they suddenly play everything I want to hear, I have left many times. I don't have a problem with it. It's great.
I mean, I genuinely wanted to see Living Color. I didn't give a shit about the Rolling Stones. I felt like a poser because they were not meant for my generation. At the time, It was like a lot of kids were just pretending to be into them to look cool, and I'm not doing that. Let's get our own music.
Rolling Stones must be out of their mind thinking their audience is going to want to hear that. Like really, like I could see 20 maybe % of the audience might like them, but it's such a shitty mixture. Like you go and see Guns N' Roses and they get good support acts, you know. They're all from that, you know, you go, yeah, I'm going to see them, and you're going to get something like Skid Row or something will be there with them. Not that they have, but bands like that.
They were around. That's exactly the year. They were totally around.
You go and see a band and you want the support or whatever to be in the same vein. You don't want to go and see fucking Pantera and Tori Amos is opening for them, you know.
Speaking of Skid Row, the one time I thought Depp was like this, I had this weird groupie vision of him. I'm like, I'm reading an article on Skid Row. This is like when you just read everything back then. This is like 91. There's an article on Sebastian Bach and Skid Row, and I read it in Rolling Stone. And I read it in the library, and supposed to be doing schoolwork, and I just read it and in the article they said Johnny Depp comes back to visit Sebastian Bach during the thing, and I'm going, what the fuck is he doing? Like, what? Why? And as it turns out, that was true. There's pictures of them. I think you saw it, and that just started. I'm like, what is with him? He's got to be friends with every rocker, and that was when they toured with Guns N' Roses. I think it was that one of those tours or whatever.
Can I tell you my favorite Sebastian Bach story?
Yes.
So Christina Applegate was grilled on Andy Cohen's show about, she went to the Emmys one year. She was due to go with Brad Pitt as her date, and she, I think, blew him off to go with Sebastian Bach.
Right.
And she didn't want to admit to it on Andy Cohen's show, so I had to do some digging myself and figure it out that that's who she went with to like the 1991 Emmys or something, and it was just to blow Brad Pitt off for Sebastian Bach.
That is a true story. I remember hearing that too.
Yeah.
That is a true. I think it's a Viper Room connection to that too.
It could
There's
be.
something going on with her in the Viper Room, and she was very much a regular there, and you know, she was in a 21 Jump Street episode in season 2. Obviously, Married with Children is across the Fox connection and stuff was probably easy to do. And it looks like I don't know. I just assume that she and Depp were basically the prom king and queen of the Fox network at that time, the faces of it. To launch it, really, it was the two of them. They really, really launched that network without question.
Yeah. And it's a whole spider web of youth talent. You know, I mean, even if they weren't directly in something together, the Viper Room is just like the hub of the wheel for,
it is,
you know, young Hollywood.
It just hasn't been fully fleshed out, the right documentary for that on a Netflix. I think I'd give it a series. I wouldn't just give it an episode. I would do a Viper Room documentary series and get them all, get fucking, what's his name from the Counting Crows? Adam Dervitz and his stint there, and obviously Sal Jenko, and all these who's who of Hollywood, and obviously the River Phoenix thing is the first thing people think about, and all of them. There's so many people you could just name. You name young Hollywood, and that was a Viper Room staple at the time.
Totally.
Christina Applegate, you know, say what you will, she's had a great career. I don't think people
Amazing career.
give her enough respect of like what she's done past Married with Children.
Yeah, she had
a lot of good movies, a lot of good TV shows.
Even before her MS diagnosis, she had like a hit streaming show that Dead to Me, I think it's called.
Yes, I watched that.
Yeah.
I watched 2 seasons of that. It was really good.
Yeah.
I was surprised how much I liked it. Platoon, Tone Cuts was a major promotion in Depp's career. He went from Private Resort to Sergeant Resort. It has my avatar says Private Gator, Private Resort. I combined the two of them. I put Private Learner Resort or something like that. You can't see the name of it, which is kind of Urban Cowboy had a great soundtrack. That's right, Rick.
Yeah.
Love.
Travolta.
Look what you've done to me. Never thought I'd. Was that Boz Scaggs? Boz fucking Skaggs. Oh, my Boz Skaggs over here.
Gotta get a drop. I gotta get a drop of you saying Boz Skaggs right now. I'm just gonna mute my mic while I get that drop. Quick.
See, this is why you beat Fred 10,000-fold. That you can think like this and do this on the fly. That motherfucker hasn't had a new sound drop in 35 years.
Living in Amagansett.
Oh my God! Right? Good reference.
Yeah, you're so right.
Tonecott is right. I agree 100%. Tom Berenger is actually the best actor in Platoon in terms of the performance he gives. I agree 100%.
Yeah.
Oh, fuck you, learner. You know what he's saying.
John, did you end up watching Looking for Mr. Goodbar with Diane Keaton?
Not yet.
Okay, Tom Berenger is at the end of it, and
did we decide that wasn't actually shot in New York?
I think you're right. It's Chicago. Yeah. So,
okay.
But same
grungy. Yes.
Yeah. Same grungy.
1977, you said?
78. I think 77. Yeah.
She's like a promiscuous woman who's a school teacher, and she decides to sow her wild oats.
And it's based on a true story, which I actually didn't realize. But yeah, she's a Catholic school teacher who is just, going out to the bar scene every night to try to get picked up, and like early Richard Gere appearance in it. He plays like a vet actually that kind of goes crazy, and yeah, it's a dark movie for sure, but worth watching.
I'm now that you said that, I'm gonna it's a cool title, Mr. Goodbar.
Yeah, there is I forget what the meaning behind the title is. I mean, I assume it has something to do with like looking for the right guy at a bar, but it's just
good
like
bar, right.
Yeah.
Right. That's right. That's actually kind of clever in a way.
Yeah.
Pella goes exactly. It's the same thing as like buying a Playboy at this, like when a kid of that era of like Generation X would try to buy a Playboy, how embarrassing that was. There's just no good way to do it.
Yeah.
And it would come for some people would have it like come in the mail and I remember one time, I don't know if Brendan's still in the chat. We had this substitute teacher who we all loved, and he was like, he wanted to be a phys ed teacher, but there's one phys ed job in his school, and it's really hard to get. And this guy was just like a permanent sub. They would drop him in. His name was Mr. Olberding. His cousin, Mark Olberding, was a white power forward for the Kansas City Sacramento Kings. And we would not stop harassing him with this as soon as we found this out. We just couldn't stop just reading box scores. And he was a really cool guy, but he was trying to get hired there. And we would just make his life harder because we just wouldn't get off of sports and all this stuff while he was trying to do his job. He's a really nice guy. He's a really good athlete. He's a great baseball player. And I don't know what, I hope to this day he got hired somewhere, because sure, we loved this guy. And when he was a sub in your class, we loved it. And he was working at this place called Kelly's Deli at the same time. Okay. He was subbing, and he was like, it was kind of like a fake 7-Eleven. It was one of these places. It's not a 7-Eleven, but it is a 7-Eleven. Right. It's a convenience store, and he was working. And I would go in there and talk to him. I would ride my bike to Kelly's Deli and talk to him like every night. Buy USA Today, and we would just talk about sports and stuff. And I'd sit there for 2 hours just talking to him. And one time I walk in there, and there was somebody in Playboy, I can't remember who it was, and I wanted the issue so bad, and I slapped it on the thing. He goes, I can't sell this to you, right? I go, come on. He's like, nah, I can't sell it to you. Come on. He's like, no. All right. I wasn't here. Don't bring this up in school. And it's
amazing.
He didn't bring it up. But he wouldn't sell it. I think he was just he just did the right thing. He just didn't want to be. I go home, plopped it on the counter, and my parents are like, "Where'd you get this from?" And he just
weren't even discreet about it.
Bob Olberding, and his cousin was Mark Olberding, the backup white power forward for the Sacramento Kings and Kansas City Kings. He made the bridge from Kansas City to Sacramento. But that's a perfect. Yeah, it's just like buying Playboy. Or next, I know Kathy's had that experience all the time. Back when was that Boz Skaggs. He's got the drop already. You're fired, Fred Norris. You're fired. So this is Johnny Depp, and so we'll all probably go. Platoon is probably a yes. We would see it if he wasn't in.
I would.
And
Kathy, would you? Are you still alive, Kathy?
Yes, I would.
Kathy said yes, just for the soundtrack, she'd see it.
Yeah.
Yes. She's a classy, demure Tennessee woman who never doesn't have to barge in with my Long Island big mouth. Matched up. Corey Glover says, Tonecott says, Corey Glover is actually the brother of Crispin Glover. I don't have proof.
See, I don't believe that either. I don't believe that. I don't know why.
Crispin Glover of What's Eating Gilbert Grape. It all comes back to Depp any way you want it. He plays the coroner, or he runs the funeral parlor in What's Eating Gilbert Grape. Very creepy scene where he hits on Depp's 14-year-old sister in the movie.
He's a weird guy in real life too.
He's a weird guy anyway.
I love that. Oh God.
There is a David connection to this one.
There's a connection.
Yeah,
Wow.
this is I didn't even realize it until just a second ago. So Johnny Depp shows up in I believe this was an Aaron Spelling drama called Hotel.
Okay.
And it's basically Love Boat in a hotel.
Right.
And he's in this, and he plays kind of like a whiz kid who's on a fast track to a college scholarship, but his father, Robert Forster, is illiterate. And he's working in this hotel, and he comes to visit his dad in San Francisco, and he figures out his father is illiterate. And the star of this show is none other than James Brolin.
Okay.
Here we go. Okay.
So tell us the connection, David, to you and the Brolins.
I played his daughter's wedding a year ago up in Northern California, and
oh my God!
And his dad is James Brolin, right? But is James Brolin in this show, or is
James
Josh
Brolin, not Josh? James.
Okay,
Brolin.
okay. I'm sorry. So I played Josh Brolin's daughter's wedding, but James Brolin was there with Barbra Streisand, and
oh my God! Wow,
it was
That's
insane.
pretty cool.
Could you imagine the pressure of playing in front of Barbra Streisand at a wedding?
Yeah, that would be hard, man.
She's temperamental. I was, as I've said before, like I was nervous not because I'm a gay man who's a fan. I was nervous because I didn't want to be fired on the spot by someone who's so temperamental.
She's judging every note and every arpeggiate and every syncopation, and she's sitting. She did the right side thing, right? She wasn't looking at they were having. Then she would hide. Right?
She would, I don't think there were any photos of her from. I mean, I don't think the photos that the daughter posted on her Instagram were the extent of the wedding photos, obviously, but I'm sure that there was a mandate, like, do not post any pictures of your grandparents,
Mm-hmm.
Or step grandparents.
Were you playing solo at that?
No, it was
piano,
two cellos actually, and we did I always forget the name of the artist that we covered. Anyway, we were literally hired to come up and play two songs, and it's like a 3-hour drive from where I lived.
Wow.
And so, but they paid accordingly, and then we were dismissed. It was very impersonal, and as I've said before, like no one, I don't care that I'm not complimented, but yeah, it was very just like we don't exist, like we're the help,
Yeah, I imagine that. Is the pay good that after it you go, well, that was really good financially, like without getting into numbers, like you go,
it could have been better.
Worth it.
It could have been better. They did it where it's like they throw a lump sum of money at the contractor, and it's like, well, that's not cool because we set our own rates, and
think about what Streisand gets paid for a gig.
Right? Yeah,
I'm not kidding. She gets insane money. That whole family, like Josh Brolin, probably makes 8 figures a film now.
And they also did they did the wedding on on Josh Brolin's property in Northern California, so it's not like they had to pay for a venue.
Right.
So
they saved a fortune.
Yeah. So
so
the fact that we drove up 3 hours, I felt like it was a little under what I would have charged if I was setting my own rate, but they just threw a lump sum at us, and I was like, it's kind of. I could get some stories from this wedding.
None of them relate to gas prices or anything like that.
No.
You couldn't be more out of touch than Barbra Streisand or Nepo baby Josh Brolin.
How often do you do that, David? Is that a monthly or weekly thing? Kind of.
Well, playing weddings I do very regularly. If the celebrity ones are few and far between. So the only other ones are like Topher Grace from That 70s Show.
Venom. So he did Venom and Thanos' wedding and Cable. It's all the Marvel supervillain. He only plays Marvel supervillain weddings.
I've done. Go ahead.
The normal weddings that aren't like Barbara, you're playing for a couple of hours, aren't you? Like piano or whatever. Yeah. Okay, cool.
It's a string. It's usually a string quartet, so it's like 4-string players. We play for the prelude, the ceremony, and then the cocktail hour, and then we're usually dismissed before the dinner because they bring
dismissed. He's so he's so what's the official?
I know. Yeah, that's
speak. But does the pay for the normal gig is higher, isn't it? Because you're playing for a couple of hours, right?
Yes, exactly.
Good. Right, interesting. Very interesting.
And we can set our own rates there. Yeah.
Let me ask you this: you obviously want to for your own edification or to promote. You should get a videotape of yourself playing at least at the wedding to show it to.
He has. He's going to have a clip.
Do they give you a tape of that? Yeah. Who's recording?
That's a good. I'm actually in touch.
I would want to see it. Wouldn't you want to show your parents that? That's something to be really. I'm not kidding. Like I played. For you people who love Barbra Streisand, I would want to give that to you. That is something to truly be proud of. I would want that to keepsake.
Yeah, I'm in touch with the contractor who hired me for that wedding. She actually just hired me for a non-celebrity wedding. I can ask her if if she, for her own event planning PR purposes, got footage or photos from.
That's the hard part wedding. Because you've got to try and work out who can ask if it's okay to film in front of Barbra Streisand, because you want to film her watching you. And
I can't think of a more prickly, difficult person to be in front of in that setting. I really can't.
Yeah.
In terms of
that was crazy. I mean, if it had been someone like Liza Minnelli, Liza is famously friendly and kind of, maybe doesn't quite realize she's there. So, that would have been a lot. I mean, still similarly pressured because it's a living legend, but because of her backstage personality, I was intimidated to play in front of Streisand, and again, just because she's difficult.
You had this great comparison. We were talking about that with Streisand, and I said she has this weird worship, iconic, legendary thing that goes far beyond even what her accomplishments are. Like I feel like, and you compared her to Brando, where. The more aloof they are, the more their legend looms higher than possibly it should.
Well, I mean, especially now where it's like, she's relevant, but she's not relevant. You know, she's built up enough goodwill over her career that she's kind of living off she's in her emeritus years. I mean, it's
A-list without having to do the legwork to update her. Resume in any way, shape,
iconic, yeah.
She doesn't have to do anything.
Just like Brando in the 90s,
yes. Somehow she has this weird, rare, and the more aloof she is, it seems like it helps her create this and cultivate and keep this A-list, perpetual A-list thing where she never drops below it. You say her name, it is like to get her as a guest is insane. They'll give her 2 hours on any network show for an interview, and she just
It's like Meryl Streep
as
well. Like, I don't want to hear her thoughts on politics or anything. I just want to be, she's icon. She's an icon.
Streisand was one of the original political activists with the Clinton administration. I remember she went crazy campaigning.
She was like friends with his mom and everything.
Yeah.
She's lucky she got out of that unscathed, because they get a reputation and then everybody's like, oh, fuck off with your shit.
But yeah, I think I texted you, John, about there's an effect named after her, the Streisand effect, where
I'm a homosexual who texts people about Barbra Streisand at 2 o'clock in the morning. There's your testosterone. Imagine floating that one.
Oh my god, our text thread will be published one day, just like for these insane show business obsessed people. But the Streisand effect is they were taking helicopter footage from off the coast of Malibu to look at sea erosion of the cliffs, and Streisand was like insistent that her house not be shown, even though it's guarded and who cares.
Right.
And the more that she insisted that her house not be shown, the more people were interested in trying to find it. You know, so the Streisand effect is sort of that thing where
it's like the Stern effect, I guess.
Exactly.
As well.
Exactly. Yeah. The more you try to obfuscate, the more people are interested in knowing the truth.
Yeah, I want to see the helicopter pad. You know, I want to see that now. Yeah.
David said to Streisand, he goes, maybe your nose could use a little erosion. Your schnozzle.
Pay me more.
Nose. She's got a big one.
Yes,
Josh Foster goes, I saw the Stones. He's at the same show I was at. And he goes, I didn't leave after like you did with Living Color. I actually stayed to the end at MFD because you pulled a Howard. I'm there to see them. I was there to see Living Color. I was not there to see the Stones.
Yeah, Howard's a like entrusted seat filler to be on television.
Seat fillers.
Yeah. He didn't hold up his end of the bargain.
That's a great Whack Pack character, Howard the seat filler. That's great.
Yeah.
Rodney says, according to the AFI director of Slow Burn, 1986 did a movie before 84 with a $2 million budget. He did one get after Slow Burn in 1988 with a $5 million budget. We can't find out Slow Burn, but everything around it. So I assume in the middle we'll go with $3 million. Rodney, I'm going with you. I think that's a sound theory, and I appreciate you looking that up. And in general, Hollywood is a racket indeed.
Yeah.
Thank you, Rodney. So, David, I mean, that's like great. Like what you just did there, that's like effortless Hollywood gossip that like the rags would pay like great money for in a way to get that story, right? I mean, you're looking at like super duper. That's a big deal. Josh Brolin himself is a big deal. So now you have Streisand at the thing. You don't see anything on her today.
No.
She's 80 too. She's 80.
She had just turned 80. Like we played that wedding at the beginning of May. I think it was just about a year ago, and I think she was born at the end of April. So it was really crazy. I don't get starstruck typically, but my nervousness was just, and I think I've also said this before, because it was just two people playing music and I was kind of the lead person, I'm very exposed.
Yep.
So it's not like I can hide in a group of even 4 musicians. So I felt a little on the spot for that particular.
I can't think of a more pressurized situation for a musician. Yeah. I really can't. I can't think of someone watching you. She ain't going anywhere. She's sitting there and she's listening to every note, criticizing every note. I can't think of a more highly pressurized situation than that. Yeah. It's crazy. And again, like they probably are after her for the 80th birthday. This is what Babs looks like at 80.
Yeah.
Speaking of Streisand, she was one of the only super A-list stars. This is where she comes in. You can't cancel her. She has her own. She's on her own little island. She was a Depp supporter before it was fashionable to be so.
Right.
During the UK trial, she was liking his posts and speaking out for him.
Oh, that's
nice. Pretty crazy.
Okay, one last thing, and I promise I'll let us move on from this. I heard a rumor, and it's probably not true. I'd have to look into it, but I had heard that when the movie Yentl had come out, it was in theaters, and someone told her that her nose looked weird in one of the scenes. So she had them pull it from all the theaters so she could recut it and then send it back to the theaters. I'm sure that's not true, but I had heard.
Oh, I don't doubt that.
Like that, yeah.
Cinematic rhinoplasty.
Right.
Does that seem consistent with her, right? I mean, I don't doubt that.
I'll look into it a little bit more and have the official thing for next time.
Oh my God, that's such a great story. Johnny Meyer, welcome, sir. I would like to have you sit in on one of these too, Johnny. You're a cinephile. Back in '93, I worked with a guy on a movie called Dreamer, who ran the building. Crispin Glover had just moved out of this building. He asked me if I wanted to see his old apartment. I said, okay. All the walls were painted black.
Oh, God.
What was that creepy rat movie he
Willard?
did? Oh, man, yeah. Did you see that? I didn't see it.
No.
That's a horror movie.
Animal horror movies I can't do. Except Jaws.
I mean, Crispin Glover. It's like Crispin. You're so creepy. We feel that you would be a rat. Rats would gravitate towards you because you have no friends. You have no charisma. You're so creepy. The only guy who could be a rat. I don't know what you call it. A whisperer.
Yeah, right.
Pied Piper. Right.
Yeah.
Pied Piper. There's a character in Marvel Comics. This is where I prove my credibility here. Called Vermin. And he's basically a rat Pied Piper, and he's so hideous. And it's like, even on paper, the artist drawing is Captain America villain, and I remember getting creeped out just by the artist rendering of him in the comic book.
Yeah,
he was fighting Captain America, and Cap goes, he's like, I can't. He's like, I know every form of martial arts and every move that's ever been created. But he's like, I feel slower. How creepy this guy is. I can't react. Like, it's just the aura of just someone who, he's like, I'm off my game because this guy's so creepy.
Yeah, it's and Willard. Johnny Meyer says in the comments, it is a remake. Willard. It's a movie from the 70s with no one you would know. Ernest Borgnine's in it. That's all I remember.
Okay.
Yeah.
Tonecount is a good post here, which I think about often. It's weird seeing these early Depp teen roles has him playing like kind of popular athletes and guys, Ivy League bound scholar. I know. Where in real life, he really just dropped out of high school to focus on his rock band. That's the brilliance of him. He could just slip into all these different personas. But I think that guy you're talking about is in him in some ways. I thought that when Tom Hansen on Jumpstreet. I mean, he's essentially a kind of like the Alex P. Hansen of Family Ties version. That's how that was made, to play the cop version of Family Ties, Alex Keaton. That's exactly right. That's the duality of him, which is so, you can't believe that this is the same guy who's in the Hollywood Vampires. Right, Kathy?
I agree.
And I don't know, Bon, we came in later. You'll probably like this. Kathy is an email correspondence with Depp's first wife, Lori Allison.
Wow.
And
cool.
We're trying to come up with classy questions for her that are sort of probing and the air, and maybe they're not too intrusive. And it's hard not to, but how about this? What would you rather have touring? His original band, the Kids, or the Hollywood Vampires? If he reunited with his original band.
That's not kind of, it's just
neither
bad in general. Both are bad.
Well, I firmly
Kathy,
say the Kids.
what do you think?
Firmly say the Kids because I believe all these guys can still play. I want to hear their original music. I want to hear them do covers. I know they've already reunited for a Dan Marino charity in Miami Miramar. So they've already played. I would way rather hear the Kids. Not even a question. I don't even flinch saying that. If you had to choose, would you say the Kids?
No. I'd rather hear, I'd rather see Joe Perry play guitar live. That'd be the only reason I'd like to see. I couldn't really.
I would rather see his original band. I wouldn't even flinch saying that.
Yeah, I get what you mean, though. Yeah, if I could,
could this work today? And I mean, I like that sound, and that's Brendan Lang music. I mean, the original Kids. I mean, that should hold up. They hit at a time when hair band, glam, and Motley Crue and stuff was the order of the day, and you just couldn't get signed back then having that genre of music. As cool as it is. G Canada says
to me he just don't look right on stage.
He doesn't look like he wants to be there. I agree, Kathy. He's staring at the ground. Yeah, he doesn't look. He always
stays back in the dark.
Yeah, why go? Right, then why do it if you're not enjoying it? He says music is his first love, and he insists on performing with the. And what Kathy says is spot on. If you watch him, the optics are of a guy who doesn't want to be there. He's staring at the ground. I always use the comparison. It's like a basketball player staring at the ball when he dribbles still. He's like looking at his chords when he plays. He's staring down at his feet. It looks like you don't want to be there. So then why be there? You have this great, play the music at home with your friends. You don't need to tour. I don't get it.
We've talked about this before. I don't mean to open this up again, but as you say, he claims music as his first love, and he seems to have more of a feeling of gravitas, reverence for it than he does acting, and yet as he looks uncomfortable on stage. So if it's right, so if it's a private reverence that you have for it, and you feel that it cheapens the experience when you do it in front of an audience, why do it in front of an audience?
Why do you need the audience if you love music so much? Exactly right. Do you want the attention?
And you have
or
your
do you
acting
want the music?
career.
Right. You have the acting. Exactly right, David. Spot on. And he was. I have so many things of him on, like back in the day, like on. I don't need to be. There's no way I'm ever going to cash in on my fame as an actor to play music. What are you doing right now?
He's more comfortable acting than he
Definitely.
is.
It's
on
obvious.
stage.
It's not even close. It's very obvious. You're right, Kathy. I mean, you say like, well, how do you do Jack Sparrow on a huge Disney film set for hours and hours with all these film people watching you all the time? But you're very comfortable doing that. It's obvious stepping into someone else's shoes is more comfortable for him than being in his own shoes, just playing guitar on stage and staring at the ground.
Well, this is an interesting thing that we might be missing here, that he might be just not a very happy person and has never been a very happy person, and that's how he is normally. We might actually be seeing that if he looks sad when he's playing music or bored, he's just an unhappy person.
Bored is another great word. He looks, doesn't he, Kathy? Would you say he looks bored as well doing that?
Yes.
I don't know why I said bored.
No, that's a great word. I didn't even think of it.
He looks that bored. I think he when he's singing and playing the guitar, he's singing. He's putting in effort. You can see he's trying. Like, it doesn't seem, and he kind of rocks out in a sort of a cool way. He doesn't jump.
He doesn't.
Up and
Right.
down,
He doesn't show stage theatrics. Right.
He's moving around, and I think he's. I don't know if saying that he doesn't want to be there. I think he does. He's just not. He just doesn't smile. That's the thing. I don't think he's very happy in life, or maybe has ever been. So when you see him in a movie, you go, "Wow, I want him to be like those certain characters." That's the problem, maybe for us. We want him to be something.
And he makes it seem like playing these parts like Willy Wonka and Jack Sparrow, where he has to have all the makeup, he tries to say that's where he's more comfortable.
He himself says that, yeah.
If you watch him in Donnie Brasco or Public Enemies, where you can see it's him, he still seems as comfortable doing the role.
Yes, agreed. The director of Brad Furman of City of Lies said exactly what you said. He said that he was tired of him in the Burton roles and Willy Wonka and hiding behind. He prefers the gritty crime biopic dramas, and he needed to get him back to that. And that's why what he wanted to do in City of Lies is to play that same type of thing you see in Brasco and Public. It's exactly what he said in City of Lies.
And I liked him in City of Lies.
Oh, you did see City of Lies. Good for you.
I did.
Good, thank you.
I could see. Sorry, I could see the acting making him unhappy because it's such a pain in the ass. Because he's so in. If he's going to be in a movie, it's a big movie, and a lot of it takes so fucking long. You're sitting in your trailer waiting for them to come and get you for sometimes hours. And then you with music, you go out
immediate
and
gratification.
You play. Yeah, and it's easy. No one tells you what to do either.
No, that's a great point. I mean, he's obviously, we hear this, he's late on sets all the time. I have a theory, and it's been confirmed with, there's certain movies where they just airdrop a man, and they call this depth charging a movie. And he shoots his scenes. That's a real thing. That was a real thing in the early 2000s, where they would like Chalk a Lot and Once Upon a Time in Mexico. They would airdrop him into a movie, and he would shoot his thing, and he would leave. And they want him so bad. I'm certain he did this in God damn it, the Kenneth Branagh movie on the train again. God, why are we blank on
Murder on the Orient Express.
Orient Express. Thank you, Orient Express. That he did it for that, because he was late anyway, and he had that confrontation with Kenneth Branagh, and I have no doubt they let him do that for Orient Express.
That's kind of a cool.
You know, I think
Go ahead, Kathy.
I think a lot of that after 2011 was a lot to do with getting with Amber. Because I don't think he was that bad before that time.
Yeah, I mean, I think if you read the Tracy Jacobs transcript, he made a lot of decisions on cash grabs, stuff that was convenient. Does this fit into the Hollywood Vampire schedule? And does this, and I'm like, why is he doing this goddamn movie? And then it's about like creative control. Can you hire all my friends? Can Infinite Nile get a production taste of this? And it turns out there's a lot of horrible decisions in that time that you can't blame her for entirely.
He needs to worry more about himself than everybody else.
Yeah. He also was interested in hiring his friends in this capacity, but there's just a lot of bad creative decisions really after that exact year, which it's funny because we started this by saying Dark Shadows was the movie that made me question this, where I'm like, I would never see this movie if he wasn't in it. And Dark Shadows came out in 2012. So let's go to...
If it had been me there, and I guess it's because of 2,000 male inmates. I don't know. I speak my mind.
Yeah.
And I couldn't have been one of these people that, okay, because you're paying my paycheck, I'm going to tell you what you want to hear.
Yep.
I'm going to tell you what I got to say.
Well, that's my dream job, is to be his script chooser. So I could have been the one to shit on Mordecai and Transcendence and Lone Ranger and Dark Shadows, because he never would have done that if I were running the show. I guarantee he never would have done that. You never would have heard from those guys.
I promise you, he would have thought his mama was an angel if I would have been there having anything to do with his career.
Whoever you are, I've always depended on the kindness of strangers.
I'm sorry, Kathy. I can't help myself. Is that racist? Am I almost getting racist? By continually... Yeah, maybe mocking more like
you
it.
Cannot get racist with me.
I was going to say, New Orleans, Tennessee prisons, she's seen it all and heard it all, I'm sure. She's dealing with the fucking Aryan Nation in there, for Christ's sake. Right?
The
right?
Bloods,
Tennessee,
the Crips,
Aryan...
the Vice Lords.
The Vice Lord. I don't even know that name. That's the white gang, the Vice Lords?
Vice Lords are black.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that.
Someone's gonna pay for this heinous crime. We're gonna have a good old-fashioned hanging.
G Canada, Tom Hardy. There's two Venoms. There's the Fox version, which you just saw. That was Tom Hardy, and then there was a Topher Grace version, which is in the original Spider-Man trilogy. So there's two Venoms, believe it or not. Yep. That was, but you're right. Tom Hardy was also Venom. Here is the rest of Hotel. There he is.
A young man in a leather jacket with a newspaper.
Rob? What a surprise. This is...
Now you can see the prelude to Jumpstreet hair. Yeah. Because the next thing he does is, in fact, 21 Jump Street.
You're right about the Alex P. Keaton like sweater vest and everything too. Yeah.
That he can pull that off is quite amazing.
Yeah.
Still, and knowing what he is, or wants to think he is.
A scarfed willow tree.
It's terrific.
Yeah, hi, Dad.
You guys all know Robert Forster, right?
Yeah.
The murderer. Isn't he a murderer?
No.
That's Robert Blake.
Oh, thank you. I'm sorry. There you go. I'm
David got that. That's so funny.
Rest in peace.
I bet you he's not the only one to make that mistake. Robert Forster was a guy that Quentin Tarantino kind of pulled out of. He did a Travolta on him in Jackie Brown.
Yes, that's right.
Yeah, he just does. Tarantino has that thing where he's like, I'm bringing this guy back, and he resuscitated him in Jackie Brown.
I stopped by your old apartment. The manager told me I could find you here.
The manager is James Brolin, David.
Okay.
But they don't show them talking, which I hated. I wanted to see them. By the way, he and Josh Brolin are friends. So they were friends back in the day, as I said, in the scene. And as I said, Josh Brolin was the second choice for Tom Hansen.
Right.
that he
I'm
got.
working with your dad this weekend.
Hey, Josh, your dad's a really good guy. Good cat. Saw him in the hotel.
What are you doing in town? Last thing I heard, you and your mom were down in San Diego.
Yeah, well, I've been accepted at Berkeley and San Francisco State. I figured I'd come up and check it out in person, you know.
College, huh?
Yeah.
See, hardly seems possible. Where's your stuff? You can stay with me. We got a little catching up to do. What's it been? 3, 4 years?
5 years.
Is that supposed to be a prelude to dyslexia? You don't know what year it is? Because that's his character. He can't read. So he looked at it. The way they like, you don't know what year it is? What?
That's such a TV writer. Like, what are the signs of dyslexia? I don't know. We'll just make something up.
I don't know what year it is.
It's so weird to see Johnny Depp in this glossy, like Aaron Spelling Technicolor film stock. You know, it's like it seems like an era gone by that he would.
It feels Aaron Spelling, doesn't it? Right. Out of the gate?
Totally. Yeah.
Dad, look, I appreciate the offer, but I've already got a place to stay.
Oh.
Mom's cousin Lorna?
Yeah, sure.
Well, we can still get together after you get off work. Maybe grab some dinner?
Sure. Sounds good. Hi. Come on in.
Thanks.
Rob, I'd like to have you meet Libby Mercer. We work together at the hotel, and she's volunteered to cook us a fine meal.
A fine meal. Just Robert Forster, I think, is not a regular on this show. It's just one and done like Depp. Okay. So I don't know why they would just bring him in just for this, but
they have like the weird love boat B story that doesn't have anything to do with like Gavin MacLeod or anything.
That's exactly right. That's exactly right. There's no regulars in this. See, I wish this was with James Brolin.
Yeah,
but it's not. He's no. Oh, by the way, Connie Selica is the female lead on this.
Oh.
Do you remember the John Tesh thing with Howard where Jackie wrote him a song as Conchetta, I'll make your panties wet. Oh. That was when they played the John Tesh. You must you must love John Tesh.
Me?
Yeah.
Oh, because he's a composer too.
He's a composer, and he did the NBA on NBC soundtrack.
I remember Howard punishing the audience in Dallas with John Tesh music because, which was one of my, and it was like a string orchestra piece. It didn't even have words on it, but he dedicated it to Connie Selica, I think.
And Jackie would make up lyrics for him to John Tesh's music.
Right.
That was such a crazy time. I remember, and John Tesh was somehow asked about it like later on, and he was just like, "Yeah, Howard called me the blonde Frankenstein. I never forgot it." So
yeah, right.
I love Howard because he calls me the blonde Frankenstein.
Yeah, right. So flattering.
He was the host of Entertainment Tonight for years and years and years.
Right, with Mary Hart.
Yes.
Nice meeting you, Rob. You have a wonderful father.
Thanks. It's nice to meet you too.
Well. Dinner will be ready in 10.
The over-the-top compliment of the relative. You ever get in a situation like that where somebody goes overboard complimenting someone in your life? You're like, that's a little too much. I don't want to.
Totally.
You have the greatest parents. Your sister is amazing. You're
it's like,
really?
Dad, are you leaving Mom for this woman?
10 minutes, and I know you two have a great deal to catch up on, so excuse me.
So that's the Julie McCoy of Hotel.
Yes, that's exactly. This is what you're saying is spot on. This is the Love Boat. This is the hotel for Love Boat, and they're just trying to mimic and mirror everything on Love Boat. Johnny Meyer says they get Johnny Depp in and out of there because if they don't go over on shooting days, they don't have to pay anymore. That's exactly right, Johnny. Never thought of that point. Right? You're saving money if you get him out of there faster. He's absolutely right. He's some flat fee. I didn't realize Depp is bigger than Robert Forster. I never would have guessed that if I didn't see the side by side.
Also, not to be mean, but Robert Forster has such a pushed in face. It's like I don't believe Johnny Depp is his son for a second.
Yeah, I was gonna ask you that. Is it believable he'd be his father? The other night I was watching the the Laker. Was it Memphis or no? It was Gold. It was the new Golden State series. Okay, so no, I'm sorry. Was it Game 7? It doesn't matter. Jack Nicholson came back to the Crypto Center, the Great Western Forum, whatever you want to fucking Staples Center. I'm tired of them changing an arena every 10 seconds. Yeah. Anyway, they flashed to Nicholson on the sideline, and I realized that he looks exactly like Depp's dad.
Interesting.
If you see current pictures of,
I'll take up for Sarah and say they do have some good pants on Johnny.
Imagine the crotch shots in that prison you worked at, Kathy. Right? You must have been in the Costco of
Not
crotch
really.
shots. They don't let him wear tight pants and the orange
jumpsuits.
The morning missile in the orange jumpsuit.
Our inmates wore blue jeans and blue pullover shirts.
Really? Everyone had blue jeans on?
Yeah.
Give me the sweatpants. I want to be comfortable. I'm not if I'm going to sit in there for
well,
15
they could wear gray sweatpants when they had Rick.
Okay. So they have Rick. It's not called yard.
Their regular clothes were blue jeans and a blue pullover shirt.
Can we call you Kathy? Can we call you Kathy Contraband as a nickname? That's
not what an inmate would call me.
I bet you they loved you there. You somehow survived, and you're in great shape. You sound very well adjusted and got through it as well as anybody could have. And we're glad you did, by the way. Nobody could handle that like you.
Yeah.
Want something to drink?
No, thanks. I'm all right.
So, college.
Yeah. See, Berkeley has the inside track, a good reputation, good scholarship program.
Listen, your education's too important to get sidetracked worrying about money. I'll make sure you get through.
Look, Dad, I can handle it, okay? I didn't come here to sponge off of you. I get a student loan, I'll get by.
I don't want my son just getting by or starting out in hock up to his eyebrows. I'm your father.
That Chicago accent is
Damn it, Rob. Yeah. I want to help.
Look, I appreciate the offer, really, but I got it all worked out. All I need is $5,000 a year above the scholarship. When I need help, I'll yell. That's a promise.
You get that stubborn streak from your mother, you know.
Oh, yeah? And she says I get it from you.
Classic Forster.
Classic Aaron Spelling scriptwriter. Can you pause for a second?
Just
I was gonna say I feel like early Johnny Depp the overbite is more apparent.
Well, he's had teeth stuff with Jack Sparrow. There's always stuff with going on with his teeth, where he's having rebonded for something. So I don't know if that's what you're implying.
Maybe. I mean, and it's not unappealing. It's just, it looks like a natural sort of cute overbite. And then I feel like I'm trying to think of him, and also he is so facial hair laden in the future that maybe I just don't notice it, you know?
Yeah, I know you people notice the overbites more sensitively than other people do, but you might be onto something there. Speaking of which, Kathy, David has a question about gay sex in prison.
Of course.
What is the deal with? This is how David framed it in the text. What is the deal with when you're heterosexual? How do you become gay when you go to prison? It doesn't seem like. Would you have to be at least bisexual to capitulate to all this supposed prison sex that seems to be going on, that the civilians like us seem to lead to believe that there is?
It's not as much as you would think.
I didn't think it was.
But you do have the ones that come in that want to be females, that take their shots to get the boobs.
Oh my God.
We had an inmate in there that was actually wear a size C bra.
Oh my God. Wow. Is there a line of Victoria's Secret's prison bras to corner the market on that? That is, so they let them get transgender shots from the prison doctors?
They do that before they come to prison.
Oh, okay.
They can't do it once they get there.
It's a crazy world.
You know how much I'm obsessed with prison.
What's that from, Bon? What is that from?
Finally, do you know how long I've waited for you to talk about prison? Someone to talk about prison. 6 months or so I've been waiting, and I missed it a couple of months ago. I wasn't on this show. I was just listening when you were live, and you started talking about prison, and I was just like, oh, I wish I was on. And I was like, how long am I going to have to wait?
You know how much I'm obsessed with prison.
Why are you? Is it because of movies?
I think
Prison
so.
movies.
I think it was all. Yeah, I think it's all. My favorite episodes are the Jumpstreet episodes where there's prison. I absolutely I love prison movies and anything prison television show wise in the way that people I think it's a whole genre onto itself. I think it should be, and it seems like it's not. They just call it crime drama. It should be its own genre.
Yeah, you should. Prison Break. I absolutely loved the first 2 seasons of Prison Break. Anything like that. And, of course, Shawshank and all that. Yes.
One of the reasons I want to expand Blow and Donnie Brasco is to put prison scenes in it. Because, Blow obviously has some prison scenes, but it's not enough. If you read the book, the book Blow, it's half the book is set in prison.
Wow.
And it's just not enough for me. So I want to do an expansive miniseries on one of the streaming services.
So he has to fit into prison society, and people try to murder him and stuff like that.
Yeah, there's great subplots going on in prison. It's not just the Diego Delgado stuff. There's all sorts of, and he gives you George Young's account of what prison was like for him in what's the Connecticut prison again? Jesus Christ, Danbury. And then Otisville, where he ended up. So, yeah, that's it. Donnie Brasco, there's prison in the book. He's constantly dealing with the mafioso that are in and out of prison. So that was not shown in the movie. And Jumpstreet is 4 different prison episodes, which Kathy will sit in on.
Well, there's not too much I don't know or I haven't seen.
What do you think the best portrayal of prison in all of cinematic Hollywood history is? It would be it TV or movies. What's the most accurate prison portrayal?
Movies.
Is there a specific movie or television show that hit it better than others do? Be it Oz or...
I'd have to... No, because I wouldn't think that... No, that's not really...
I didn't think it was either. And I don't... Kathy said that on Jumpstreet, the Death Row episode with Ronnie Seabach getting sentenced to death is the most accurate portrayal of prison.
Interesting.
She saw of Death Row and how that goes, which is a great compliment to the Jumpstreet producers.
Yeah.
The great one
they did that one good.
The great one was Escape from Alcatraz with Clint Eastwood from the 70s, I think.
Yeah.
That was a good prison movie.
There's a great prison show going on. Right, I recommend. Again, I wouldn't waste anybody's time with all the stuff you have to watch now. It's called Mayor of Kingstown with Jeremy Renner, and it's on. I think it's the Paramount streaming service. I'll get you the regular episodes. You don't have to subscribe to it. I have them all.
It's good, is it?
It's so good. It's 2 seasons and it's so gritty. He's basically a conduit between the outside and the prisoners, and he keeps the peace. And it's just crazy, well acted. It's set in this kind of rundown. It's where Johnny Meyer is from, this Michigan town outside of Detroit, and called Kingstown. And it's fictitious, but it's right outside. This is where Johnny Meyer is really from. And I would never waste your time. I think it's my favorite prison portrayal to date so far.
I will be checking it out tonight. Yep. I will check it.
Do you want the episodes, or can you watch it on your own?
I'll torrent the hell out of it. I'm a big fan. Thanks.
Admit to that on your YouTube live stream.
We love it.
If you watch one and it's chaos all the time, that's not reality.
Yeah, I definitely understand that. That must drive you crazy when you watch that. Just chaos, just complete anarchy.
Some of it does.
Yeah, I could say.
I mean, I'm not going to say that bad things don't happen in prison, because it does.
Yep.
But it's not all the time.
Are you speaking from experience or?
She's a corrections officer.
Oh, I didn't know that. Wow. Yeah.
For years and years.
You could do a whole show talking about this. This is fascinating. Did you ever fall in love? Can you tell us that? Is that possible to fall in love with a criminal, like in the movies?
Some of them do.
But could you? Do you think it's possible? Oh. Oh my God.
Bond, could you sample it as a sound drop?
I hope I wasn't talking over. Was I talking over her when she said that? I hope I wasn't. Oh, that was brilliant.
My husband works in the prison system too, and he teaches classes, and he tells his classes if anybody ever told him his wife was having a relationship with an inmate, he would tell them they were lying because his wife hates men.
Kathy, can you say that nice and clear again? I hate men, just for Bond.
Do you hate men? Can you tell us if you do?
I don't hate men. I just don't think men mature.
No. Okay.
As
We
they
need you to
should.
say, I hate men.
I hate men.
Thank you. I'm going to get that drop. I'm going to mute my mic while I get those drops. I'll be back.
Kathy, do you remember the scene with Depp and Blow when he was teaching the class as George Young? He had the in order to get time off a sentence, he was teaching the class.
I'll have to go back and watch it.
He's sitting in front of the class. The whole class is black, and he goes, he said, I'll tell you what, half of the time I teach you about this George Washington character, and the other half, I'll teach you how to smuggle drugs. And they doubted him. So it was like, that's actually happened in the book, but they abbreviated it. That is a good scene, and that's why I wish it should be longer. Let's end our show with 21 Jumpstreet. I think it's a great place to end.
It's a good goalpost, yeah.
Thank you, David. The super Cleveland Browns fan that you are.
Of course.
Goalpost reference. So I took the original pilot trailer. There's a lot of trailers we could use, and I'm just going to show you and I'll tell you. Here we go.
Our movie premiere. Officer Tom Hansen has a special assignment.
I've had 11 homicides in high school since December. I know, Tom. It's either this or I assign you to desk at Parker Center until you look old enough to be a cop. I am a cop.
Hansen, Aoki, Penhall, Hobbs. They look like kids, but they're an elite undercover force. They're the cops of 21 Jumpstreet, and they're going back to school.
Cops have to be old enough to drive after dark.
Boy, that guy gets it after that. There he is. Yes, he's 28.
You have some ID, son?
High School Heat on 21 Jumpstreet. Special 2-hour premiere next Sunday on Fox.
God, is that crazy? That's the original air, the start of the Fox network as we know it.
Right.
I would have loved to have had Waxer in prison.
There's a sound drop too. I like that. What would happen to Waxer in prison? Go ahead, Bob.
You just got to know the right inmates.
Yes, and you know he does.
No, me.
Oh, you do, right, right. Right.
I love the quick shot of Holly Robinson showing her badge. That's her confessing she's a cop in the first 5 minutes of the episode.
Yes. She cannot give her cover in the first 2 minutes. Okay, so my first experience with this show, I had just come home from basketball camp in Stroudsburg, and it was a lazy summer kind of Sunday afternoon. I got picked up and I'm farting around, and I hear the preview and I didn't watch it until Fuller's first episode. So Fuller's debut, and it was the episode with Blair Underwood and stuff. And he goes, is when the gang came back to take over the high school with the principal who humiliated him.
Right.
And I heard the premise, the voiceover guy doing the premise for the TV movie I was watching. And I'm like, that sounds pretty cool. Just the concept. And I watched it without knowing anything about anything. And that's how I discovered these people, because I think I would have watched the show whether or not he was in it. Would have been as good? No. But I watched it just based on the premise.
I mean, what I've seen in the watch-alongs, I love. I love. There's, some excitement to the show, but it's also kind of cozy. And even though there's no character arcs to any of them per se, I mean, not that I've seen, you still kind of bond with them, and they're likable characters, all of them. So yeah, I would have enjoyed this. I do think Johnny Depp's charisma does carry a lot of the bulk of this show, but the other ones are great too.
No, they cast it phenomenally. They're all likable. They're all charismatic. You're rooting for all of them. It's one of the most like a collectively charismatic cast I've ever seen. I think the most, probably why I liked it so much. Just so all easy to root for. Bon?
I missed it. Which one are we assessing?
Jumpstreet. Would you watch it without Depp? Would you?
Yeah, I would have.
Yeah. It's a great premise. I know.
So cool. Yeah.
It hooks you right in as a teenager. Kathy, would you watch this without Johnny Depp in it?
No, I just went last year after the trial. It's my first time watching.
My God.
Oh.
But yet all his filmography. You've seen all really obscure movies.
That's because I knew there was a Johnny Depp, but I was too busy raising kids.
How dare you?
So I didn't watch anything.
Yeah. A lot of people say that.
My sister called me and told me to turn the trial on the day he got on the stand. And I asked her, why do I want to watch Johnny Depp? I've never seen a Johnny Depp movie.
Are you kidding me?
Oh, my.
And her and my husband said, yes, you have. And I said, what movie have I seen? And they said, Edward Scissorhands. I said, and how the hell did I know that was Johnny Depp?
Oh, brilliant.
That's coming up in our next episode, too. That's going to be after Crybaby.
I turned the TV on. I watched the trial. When he sat down on the stand, I listened to him the whole time, and I said, I got to see what this man's about.
Isn't it amazing that that's the same guy as what you just watched in Hotel and Slow Burn? And isn't it amazing it's the same person?
I went back and watched so many.
That's crazy.
I've watched over half of his movies.
That's so crazy.
And what do you think of 21 Jump Street now that you've watched some episodes? Do you like it?
I have watched all of it up until
oh my God.
he left.
What do you think of it?
I've seen every season. I like it.
Okay.
That's a great compliment. That is a great compliment.
It's a good perspective to have on this show.
It is.
Someone who's just come into it all. That's fascinating. I'm loving this. And I can ask you another question, Kathy. What do you think of men?
I hate men.
Okay. Wow. It's
Now, I have three
sexist.
sons. I love my sons.
I know. I love my sons, but I hate men. That's a great T-shirt. I love my sons, but I hate men.
That's good.
That's a fascinating Deppography, Kathy. It really is. That's great. I never knew that. I never knew I thought you were way before the trial, and you went back and binge watched everything from the trial.
I have watched everything and got to know Lori and got the books and
that's fascinating.
Just so much.
I'd be interested in your opinions on the movies because we're coming from it from people who've gone through the different eras of public idolization of him, and you're watching it all without any of that sort of era of who he was in the acting world at the time. So what have you seen Donnie Brasco yet?
Yes, I have.
What did you think of that? Is that
I love it.
Yeah, okay. What don't you like out of what you've seen? What haven't you liked that's made you think that wasn't that good from him? Do you have any yet?
What's my one I can't watch? Come on, you know it.
Oh, I thought you were going to tell him. She hates Sweeney Todd.
Okay.
She doesn't want to. I don't know why she won't give that. I just think his David Bowie impression in that, and
I can't get 5 minutes into it.
Okay.
And I mean, it off.
David's a huge Stephen Sondheim fan, and he got his stamp
I'm
of approval.
going to have to make myself sit down and watch it. I'm just going to have to.
I think our watch along breaks it up enough,
Yeah.
That might be an easier way to do
Watch
it.
a watch along on Patreon because David's right. It breaks it up enough, and I want you when you watch it. I want you to think of David Bowie because he's doing a David Bowie impression when he's singing. It's how he got his singing style down, and he uses it to this day in the Hollywood Vampires.
I haven't seen that. Are they singing a lot in it? Because I can't watch that. I can't.
It is, but it's not annoying. I don't think it's
shit.
It's enough pacing where. And I got to tell you, I got the chills with him singing. What's the title of that song, David? Epiphany?
Epiphany, yeah.
Okay. In the middle of it. He hits that note at the end. I got the chills. I cannot believe, and I don't get that too often. I not douche chills. I got legitimate he hits a note, and I can't believe it's the same guy. And he just learned how to sing, supposedly, to do this movie. And whether or not he was nominated for Academy Award for it.
You almost have to think of it like it's not rock music, but you have to think of it like a rock opera, like Tommy or something, where it's just like it's a much edgier story than most musicals would have. And
I don't mind the orchestra. Like I like the original Cats, like the 1986 movie they made. I'm sure you're aware of that one, or 88 it was. Like the really, I like orchestra. I like Phantom of the Opera. I just. I don't know about this one though. That sounds weird with him singing. Wow.
No, I'm telling you,
I have to watch it now. Yeah,
it's a tragic story too.
Yes.
I mean, it's like Greek tragedy,
and it has the Tim Burton, kind of cinematography and style, and he feels like he could be a Batman villain. Really, the way you look at it, it's like David Bowie as a Batman villain.
I'm gonna have to check it out.
I will watch it tonight.
You don't have to watch it tonight, Kathy, but
I will sit down tonight and watch it.
Okay.
I believe her.
I believe her too. I'm proud that you are. Johnny Bye says
I stay up late anyway.
Yeah,
I love this. Is that a Southern tradition to stay up late? I don't know. Do they? Is that? Is that a stupid thing to say? Wasn't it?
Funny,
I don't have to go deal with men anymore.
Oh my
she hates men so much she stays up till 6 a.m. to avoid
She's got it on her mind. I mean, do you think Depp looks attractive now, Kathy? He's a bit overweight. What do you think? Is he still very attractive to you, or?
I think if he would pull that hair back, I don't think the way he's walking around now, with the hair down and just what you're seeing over the internet now, I guess because of age and he's not trying to do the makeup and stuff.
Yeah. This is fascinating.
You look at him a year ago during the trial and look at him now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, just in general, I guess, during the trial, did you think he looked attractive?
Yes.
As a woman? Okay, fascinating.
But
we could go for hours talking to you. We could ask you. I could. Yeah. Sorry. Continue.
When he was on stage with Jeff Beck, I didn't think it was all that.
All right. So let's wrap it up here.
We'll have to get on one night and have a chat about him.
Okay, let's see. Johnny Bob, I said the below poster. That anytime you get a bus stop poster, that's the ultimate.
Right.
Mayor of Kingstown, great show. Thank you, G. Canada. He is actually watching it. All right. Depending on, I lived and couldn't see Jumpstreet, says Tone Cut, because the Markinson didn't have it. Now you get to watch it. I'm jealous. You get to watch it all over again.
Yeah.
All right. Anyway, this is Arm for Kathy Scott, Bon Jovial, and David saying, happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Subi Sue. Happy birthday to you. And I hate men.
Moo! 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 I'm a loser! Eh?
Sit down. Stay where you are. For the first time, I choose to walk out on you.
Jump.